asking, what is for the 15% of the 29 units that have come through density bonus, what was their deed restriction? Yeah, that's what you're asking.
Or what do we want to go forward?
Yes.
Or just what we did that.
Yes.
But the good news is we're not gonna have this conversation for another 6 hours. So it's okay.
Not if I have anything to do with it.
Keep it moving, Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many realtors show up to? And how long that opines on transferability of.
What is going on with this? So just so you know, sound and recording is on.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And are we expecting Andy Held? He's here. Oh,
Ran out for a moment.
I did not see him. Is he sitting by you guys over here?
Two,
Okay, great.
three. We have 4 with Rick if he's on.
All right, well, my computer says 3:31 and that clock is behind, so we're gonna go with 3:31. So I will call the work session of the Frisco Town Council, September 27th. The time is 3:31. And I will call the work session to order.
Do it from there.
Andy Held. Popcorn. I didn't even see the popcorn machine open. May I have the roll call, please?
Certainly. Mortensen absent, Aronson.
Here.
Burley,
Here.
Held.
Here.
Incan,
Here.
can't hear you, Rick.
Oh, how about now?
Still can't hear you.
Is that better?
Okay, Rick, Incan, we're gonna say absent until we get a voice. Helenko, absent. Oh, thank you. Scripps Adrian. Thank you.
Right, we have any changes to the agenda? Besides the start time.
Thank you for changing the start.
Yes, thank you. All right. Moving on to work session, agenda item number 1. This is the budget work session for 2023 fiscal year. My understanding is we'll have a presentation, high-level overview, and then we'll have some discussion items towards the end. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff and Leslie for your presentation.
So we are still working on getting the PowerPoint up and running, just a small laptop issue. But Dylan will be right back down with that presentation. He's going to help me out tonight with making sure he takes some really copious notes about everything that's mentioned, any proposed changes or things to look into to get back to you on. And I think that to kick it off, I think Tom might have a few words for us all.
So it's just, 4 weeks in and I'm studying the budget as much as possible, just as you are. Just a couple of things that I've noted from the beginning that you're going to hear about today or have read about already is we probably owe you a little bit more information on the capital plan. I'm not sure yet, and I haven't had the chance to dig into it with staff yet, whether what is projected in 2023 actually is achievable. I mean, we understand that it's achievable from a dollar perspective, but whether it's achievable from a time perspective is where I'm a little bit concerned. So we will be covering that over the next week and have some more detail while you're considering first reading. And then also the Marina Fund, currently in your materials, it's showing a deficit in fund balance at the end of 2023. Probably not where we want to be, I would guess, in an enterprise fund. So we'll be talking more about that before the end of the week with staff. We'll get that.
Waiting for the presentation. I do just want to kick this off and say thank you to everyone here for their time, including town council. I appreciate the time that you guys have invested it and by being here and the work that's been done ahead of time. I also want to thank staff. Definitely lots of contributions from staff, their time investment in coming up with this budget. So I couldn't do it without all of you, and thank you. And now we have a presentation.
Hey, Deborah, can you guys hear me now?
Great. So I'll also just add, this is my first budget season as the finance director. I've learned a lot. We can certainly make some future tweaks, which, input can come from anywhere. And so I appreciate that in this next year that we can identify any room for improvement as well. And as far as what we're going to cover today, we're going to talk about dates coming up when we're going to adopt the budget. We're going to talk about how this relates to the strategic plan. We will go through the proposed budget, including all funds. We'll talk about ending fund balances, changes from prior year, and also showing in funds that we have an identified reserve, how that ending fund balance compares with that reserve. We'll talk about where revenue assumptions came from, highlight some changes in budget from the 2022 budget to where we are with the proposed 2023 budget. And then we'll leave quite a bit of time at the end for discussion points where staff will be available to come up and address any questions that you have and help lead those discussions. As far as dates, so after we make any potential changes from today, we will have proposed budget documents that will be published online, available for council to view and also for the public on Wednesday, October 5th. Then we'll have the council meeting on October 11th, where we'll have the first reading of the budget and a public hearing where the public does have the availability to come and speak. Then we will have any revisions from that published on the website on October 19th in the council packet with the second reading and hopeful adoption on October 25th. That's also when the mill levy adoption related to property tax should occur. So getting into our strategic plan, which is really what guides the budget from the town of Frisco. One of the priorities that we have is community. Within our community priority, you'll see in the budget housing projects related to the construction of Granite Park, the design of the Galena project, which will hopefully help us to be positioned to apply for some grants, as well as continuing the Housing Helps program. The countywide childcare tuition assistance is also included in the budget. However, one of the goals that was identified, which is related to a loan program for residents, this could be available for homeowners that aren't using the Housing Helps program. This was discussed particularly related to partners in energy implementation. Perhaps there's a loan program to help people implement that. However, that is not currently in the budget, but this is a great time to bring to your attention that we will have future presentations, and related to those future presentations, there can also be funding decisions. And we always have the ability to make changes to the budget, supplemental appropriations that can be adding or deleting budget amounts. So we do have that flexibility in the future for these things that are not currently in the budget to be able to adjust that later. Related to our priority of the economy, fiber infrastructure is included in the budget. The planning and design of that is, there's been an RFP issued for that. And so once that's completed, we'll be able to come up with a townwide plan for future funding. Included in that, we presume will be Granite Street. So related to the Complete Streets project and staying in line with our dig once policy, we should install conduit on Granite Street related to that project. Additionally, the town-owned infrastructure, we have two areas of town-owned properties that we need to connect into the structure that we currently have, and that is the maintenance building at the PRA, as well as the new marina building. So those are all included in there. It's about $520,000 for the Granite Street conduit and $170,000 for that town-owned infrastructure portion. Additionally, discussed in the strategic plan for economy is the idea of a destination management plan and or peak day management plan. We will come to council to discuss that on October 25th, but there's currently no funding identified in the budget related to that. Additionally, related to surveying of workforce shortages and identifying, businesses that might be closed on certain days and what is our baseline metric for that. Also, potential resources that can be provided to businesses. There's not currently funding in the budget for that, But again, that's something that could be added at a later date. Related to the priority of environment, we have contemplated elimination of single-use plastics. That'll probably be pretty minimal and mostly related to community outreach, but is contemplated in the budget. Water bottle filling stations is something that could come up in the future, but not currently budgeted. The climate action plan, so that includes things in the budget such as our replacement schedule of vehicles, replacing vehicles with electric vehicles and hybrid where that makes sense. Also adding for our fleet division, EV training and tools. Public Works solar panels and an analysis of other town-owned buildings where solar could be a good fit are also included. And then related to transportation alternatives, there is a master plan for mobility with funding included in the budget. On recreation, arts, and culture, we've been having an ongoing neighborhood parks plan. For 2023, the Old Town Park, which is right behind the Visitor Information Center, is included in the budget, and that project would be completed related to the remodel of the Visitor Information Center. Those would be, the contractors would work together on that. The basketball court is something that has been brought up in the strategic plan. It's not currently in the 2023 budget, but in the 2024 park plan, we will take a look at Pioneer Park. So that's a discussion that we could come back to at that time. Relating to the Trails Master Plan, Highway 9 sidewalk. So that would be to add a sidewalk in front of Walmart and continuing down Highway 9 where there currently isn't a sidewalk, and that would allow for a safe route there. Also on the recreation path along the lake there where Miners Creek comes in, that recreation path bridge, we're proposing to replace that, and that would allow for a vehicle to travel over that bridge, which would make it easier for snow removal. Also, that bridge has some needs for repair at this current time. And then lastly, the strategic arts plan. We've put an RFP out for that. We don't have the results of that yet, so it is somewhat of an unknown how that would be implemented, but we will come back to council for that discussion on how that funding would actually be spent. Related to core services. So this is certainly an area where many employers are struggling with staffing, but we have a goal of achieving 90% staffing. We believe that the best path towards that is to be an employer of choice. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that our total compensation is in line with our competitors. Also looking at our culture. So that would include things like bringing back events that had perhaps gone away during COVID, like a holiday party. And then also making sure that we're investing in our equipment. We've heard from our staff that when we invest in equipment and have equipment that's in good working order and up to date, that helps us to attract and retain employees. They tell their friends that might work elsewhere, you should come work for the town of Frisco. So all of those things together is what should help us achieve that staffing goal. And then additionally, we've identified that we need to continue our asset management plan. The town hall master plan falls into that. Also, we have plans of building management, street management, and vehicle and equipment replacement that were developed very comprehensively in 2020, and we continue to follow those plans. And the vehicle equipment replacement schedule is actually something that can be viewed in a new document that we have that will be part of the budget for this year, and that is a capital improvement program. We have a draft version that was in the packet, but there is a page in there where you can see the equipment types that the town currently owns and the replacement schedule that's related to that. We have proposed in 2023, and you'll see when we get to the capital slide, an increase to the appropriations related to vehicle and equipment replacement. The reason for that, well, it's twofold. We have had to catch up related to delayed purchases from COVID. Some of that was related to building up reserves and keeping money on hand because of the uncertainty of COVID. Some of it was related to the difficulty in purchasing vehicles and equipment during COVID. But then we are also proposing the ability to appropriate funds so that we can go ahead and order vehicles, particularly electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles that may not arrive for 18 or even 24 months. But the town's ability to get in orders for those will help us to catch up and meet the goals that we have regarding those replacements. So getting into some numbers, the proposed budget. It's important to note that these numbers exclude transfers. So for example, you can see in the capital fund here that the revenue looks really low. The reason for that is we're showing the revenue that goes directly into that fund, which is the real estate investment fee revenue, but we're not showing the majority of what funds the capital fund, and that's a transfer from the general fund. If we were to show that transfer, it would be double counting revenues and expenditures. So we've only chosen to show the revenue and expenditure in the fund that it actually goes directly into. So you can see the difference between let's look at the general fund. The red line is the 2022 revenue. The orange line is the 2022 expenditures. That difference is largely what ends up being transferred over to the capital fund. We had built quite a reserve related to the economic stabilization reserve throughout COVID. And then we had transferred that over to the capital fund, and that will allow us to catch up on projects. But back to what Tom said at the beginning, we will look at, while the fund can handle that amount of projects, if that is the right amount for 2023, and we'll come back to you with that at the October 11th budget presentation. Other things worth pointing out in the housing fund, you'll see the red line for 2022 revenue versus the yellow, which is 2023 revenue. That increase is related to the new STR excise tax. And then you'll also see in the Marina Fund, just to note that the revenue and expenses for 2023 do line up, and we don't have expenses exceeding revenue in that fund. This slide shows our ending fund balances. So we do have some funds that have set reserves that have been set by council. And that includes the general fund, which is a 7-month reserve, 7 months of expenses. The water fund, which is 4 months of expenses, and the marina fund, which is also 4 months of expenses. So you do see some changes here, largely in the capital fund related to what we just spoke about, using that up. The housing fund currently proposes paying for cash for Granite Park. It's not negative, it's just really small on there. But, if certain circumstances could change, and, if we ended up going with a financing model, we would have more fund balance in there. And then you can see that the water fund is definitely exceeding the council set reserve, and the marina fund, as discussed, has a little catching up to do. The revenue forecast for 2023. I think, we're probably all a little bit nervous about what will happen with the economy going into the next year. I have relied upon the University of Colorado Lead School of Business. I think that they are one of the most renowned economic forecasters in the state. They have predicted for 2023 that we may have continued inflation of 4%, yet sales tax growth of a lesser amount of 2.5%. Some of that's related to the fact that we expect to see increases in items that aren't related to sales tax. When housing costs increase, people have less money available for discretionary items or vacation. So we believe that this is a fairly conservative approach. I would also like to remind everybody that within the budget book, we do identify what are core expenses versus less essential expenses. So it gives us the direction in times of need of where to cut in the event that our revenue forecast is overly optimistic. But we do believe it's conservative, and we have polled other surrounding municipalities, and we believe that we are in line or perhaps more conservative than their outlook. This pie chart shows that all of our governmental fund expenditures. So what this doesn't show you is our enterprise funds, which are the marina and the water fund. We do have some funds you'll see on here that don't have any proposed expenditures in the 2023 budget. That's the open space fund and the historical preservation fund. However, also you'll see the majority of this pie is made up of the general fund and the capital fund. That's where council has certainly the most discretion on which fund that belongs to, on what is spent in those funds. Certainly there's discretion on the other funds as well, but many of those have a dedicated funding source and money isn't transferred out of those funds. Getting into the general fund, you'll see that we've had a fairly consistent trend between 2021 actuals that have been audited, 2022 projections as to where we estimate we'll end up the year, and what we're proposing for the 2023 budget. Of course, the numbers are increasing slightly year over year, but you still see that gap. And then again, that gap is the amount that is transferred to the capital fund to fund those projects. Here's some highlights of changes that we're seeing in the general fund and proposing between the 2022 budget and 2023. We're proposing for employee compensation in order to stay competitive in the market to continue our maximum merit increase of 5%. We've also allowed for an additional 1% in here as related to wage inflation, to continue to look at those pay ranges and make sure that those are in line with the market. That amounts to about $450,000 in the general fund specifically. We've also proposed some new employee benefits, again, to make sure that we are the employer of choice. We've added amounts for our health savings account. The town is self-funded and we have a high deductible plan, but we provide these amounts for employees in order to pay for expenses related to their high deductible plan. We're also proposing adding Health Joy that would allow access to telemedicine, including behavioral health, to include not just full-time employees, but also for part-time and seasonal employees. We also propose adding tuition reimbursement for our staff and also bringing back biometric testing. That's something that went away during COVID, but it's been requested to bring back and it seems to make sense. Additionally, we have a new use of a fund that has existed but has been minimally utilized, the insurance reserve fund. I have a slide on that later that we'll come back to, but it does have an impact to the general fund of transferring expenses that used to live here in the amount of 1.9 million. Related to housing for town staff, we propose $25,000 to contribute to the Frisco Locals program, and that would be specifically for town staff only. We have another part of that program that would be related to businesses and allowing them to utilize the program, and that lives in the housing fund. Additionally, childcare tuition assistance used to be in the general fund in the amount of $250,000. We're proposing moving that to the nicotine fund and actually at a smaller amount. While it was budgeted at $250,000 in the general fund, we expect to spend around $50,000 in 2022. $38,000 is related to the after school care that we've added at Frisco Elementary, and that's related to the fact that the current previous program, Keystone Science School, was no longer able to run that program. $25,000 is a kind of a plug-in here that's related to increasing nonprofit grant funding. We will decide with you will decide on October 11th how much that grant funding number actually is, and then we will true up that number at that time. But we expect that there will probably be an increase to that number based upon we had around 60,000 budgeted last year. We spent 80,000, so we'll see where that lands. Pay as you throw, we have proposed adding a grant program for HOAs and businesses in order to become compliant with the pay as you throw. 2 additional staff positions that are proposed throughout the entire budget are related to police. One is a sergeant, so we can have a 3rd sergeant and provide more staffing across all shifts. And then we will also have a discussion item at the end of this, my part of the presentation, regarding adding an officer in the school, but both are currently included in the budget. There's also $200,000 for bridge infrastructure repair and maintenance. CDOT did provide a study to us, and there were areas of that study that they are not in their maintained roadways. And so this is information where we can bring our infrastructure up to grade and make sure that we are keeping on top of that maintenance. And that's for largely pedestrian areas of those bridges. And then also $25,000 for electric vehicle tools and training for our fleet that was mentioned.
Can I ask 2 questions on
Yes.
that slide, just for clarity? So the 40,000 for the pay as you throw, is that for commercial and businesses, or is that for the residential program?
That it was contemplated that HOAs would be in part of that as far as it relates to having dumpster buildings.
I think just for clarity's sake, pay as you throw is related to the individual bins for single family homes. So if we're talking the HOAs and multifamilies, we should rename that as universal recycling, because that's really the component of that policy that applies to HOAs.
Some clarification on
Okay.
that from Dawn and Hillary, but thank you.
Yeah,
That is-
and then the other thing is the bridge infrastructure repair and maintenance is, so are some of these part of the capital, like bridge infrastructure? Why is that in the general fund and not in the capital?
That does not belong here. That does
Okay.
belong
I
there.
was like, maybe 'cause
So,
it's maintenance.
At one
but-
point, we had gone back and forth about should repair and maintenance be in the general fund?
Right,
And it is not necessarily capital if it's simply repair and maintenance. But then we actually moved it back over to the capital fund, which is where it currently appears in the budget. Because you see fluctuations from year to year when something is not necessarily ongoing annual operating. So we moved it back over to the capital fund, but have identified in the capital improvement program document that it's repair and maintenance, and it's not actually something that we would capitalize. Thank you for pointing that out. So related to the capital fund, here's that big number. If we were to complete all of those projects, which the fund can sustain, but that is the reason for this increase. And then again, the revenue numbers here are the revenues that go directly into this fund and do not include the transfer in. Here is the list of projects, capital projects, well, mostly capital. Some of them do say that they are repair and maintenance. We've also noted the artwork next to public art. And again, that plan has not yet been completed. Some highlights here of more expensive projects. The GAP project, so that's to complete the landscaping for the roundabouts and the medians. We're proposing $1 million in 2023 and an additional $1 million in 2024. The capital document can show it shows a 5-year plan for those future proposed spending amounts. We are asking that you adopt a budget for the 2023 amounts, but that's just a projection of future amounts. Additionally included in here is $8 million for the PRA project construction. That's largely related to Slopeside Hall, but also the surrounding areas. That will also be a discussion item later this evening. It also shows the Visitor Information Center bathroom remodel. Like I said, that would be tied in to that park project. Also worth noting that that project would be funded by a transfer from the lodging tax fund. The lodging tax fund is intended to pay for marketing, but also visitor related impacts. And as the Visitor Information Center, that seems like a fit. And then also you'll see the large amount in here, the $2.6 million related to vehicle and equipment replacement. Again, we don't expect to receive all of those vehicles in 2023, But any amounts, any vehicles that have not been received in 2023, we would come to you at the beginning of 2024 and request that those funds be rolled over. So in the year that we receive the vehicle, that's when that expense would occur. The insurance reserve fund. So this is the fund I described that we would be utilizing in a different way. I've included here what the description is from the budget book. The fund was established in 2005. The purpose was to have a reserve in this fund with 6 months worth of insurance expenditures. The reason for that is that the town of Frisco is self-insured. So we pay claims until they reach our ceiling, where our stop loss insurance kicks in, which is $65,000. But before that, the town does pay claims. We try to estimate, and our broker helps with that, on what our claims will be for the next year, and that leads us to setting premiums, and employees pay a portion of those premiums. In the past, when we had surpluses or deficits, that stayed within the general fund. By having it in a separate fund and keeping track of our fixed cost related invoices, say for our benefit, our health insurance administrator, which is UMR, but also our claims, we can see year over year how we're doing with this 6 month worth of expenditures. And, if we're building up a surplus, we can use that so that when we have harder years with more claims, we can absorb that. And then this shows transfers in from different funds that have employees, and that's based upon what we expect to be an average amount of cost per employee. Also coming in here as a revenue is the amount that the employees themselves contribute towards those premiums. As part of the governmental funds, we have special revenue funds that are shown here. Those have dedicated funding sources, the largest of which is our housing fund, and that will change based upon what we see with upcoming housing projects. And Don will discuss that during our discussion points. In the housing fund, so this contemplates the full expense of Granite Park, which is still undecided at this point in time. But this does show we could fund that. It just would take up all of our fund balance if we paid for it with cash. But also you see the change in revenue here. The STR excise tax went into effect. That was voter approved in 2022. That went into effect halfway through the year. So you see an increase there, but an even bigger increase in 2023 when we have a full year worth of revenue there. That revenue, by the way, also includes partner contributions that we expect from for the CDOT project from CDOT. In 2022, it includes money coming in from Summit County related to the purchase of the Galena property, and also includes $1.5 million in grant funding that was awarded for Granite Park. So these are the three large changes to the housing fund in 2023. The design of Galena, which, as I mentioned, we would hope would allow us to apply for some grants if we could get to that point. And we do expect that there will be grant opportunities in 2023. Additionally, the Granite Park construction, and then some maintenance, which follows our building management plan of the town-owned units that are available to 10 Mile Basin employees. I should also point out that we used to call this fund the SCHA 5A fund. We have renamed it here the Housing Fund because it no longer is solely related to that SCHA 5A fund. It has other revenue coming in, but all of that revenue is for the sole purpose of funding housing. The lodging tax fund is also a special revenue fund used for the purposes of marketing and tourism related impacts. We largely use this for recreation type activities, but it'll also have that transfer out for the Visitor Information Center restroom remodel that's proposed in the budget. That transfer out is not included in the expense here because again, we excluded transfers. And here are two other projects that are proposed to be used from those funds. Restoring the ball field at the PRA. And we have an every other year budgeted item for grass in our parks. So that is natural grass and seeding and upkeep of that grass. The nicotine fund, this is a county tax that we have an IGA where they provide that share back to the town of Frisco. There is a group across the county that gets together and works through the budget of this. The nicotine tax fund was set up for two purposes. One was to fund county specific operations from public health related to cessation programs and other items that are identified on an annual basis. And then a part two. And this part two is related to the Summit Community Care Clinic, Building Hope, and the FERC. And those amounts are shown here as health and welfare contributions. In 2022, we provided $124,000 to the FERC from the town of Frisco, and then $60,000 to the community care clinic, as well as another $60,000 to Building Hope. And here is where the child care tuition assistance now resides at a level of $100,000. We expect that's an estimate based upon the new county-wide program that we're hoping will be implemented in the fall of 2023, whereby the county would jointly provide tuition assistance to all residents that and the workforce in Summit County. And that would be administered by Early Childhood Options, as opposed to it's currently being administered through a joint relationship with the town of Frisco and town of Breckenridge. We do have three other funds I would be remiss if I didn't mention. The Conservation Trust Fund that comes from lottery funds related to GOCO that can be spent on recreation related projects. We do expect to transfer the $100,000 of fund balance out of there to use for recreation projects in 2023. There are no proposed expenses for the Historic Preservation Fund or the Open Space Fund. Then we get to our enterprise fund. So we have about 50-50 here, the Marina Fund versus the Water Fund. This is showing the Water Fund. We do have included in the 2023 expenses $2 million for PFAS mitigation. We are very hopeful that there will be grant opportunities that will help to offset that, but that's not currently contemplated in the revenue here. That is related to user fees. However, we did get a grant related to the planning of that mitigation process. And then also we have proposed for this fund a water storage tank lining. That's just a regular repair and maintenance item, as well as looking for identifying areas of town where we do need to have some replacement of our infrastructure. And then also in 2023, performing an analysis of our water infrastructure and making sure that we are at an appropriate level with our rates, that we have plans for appropriate replacement. As we see our tap fees decrease over the years as we approach build out, making sure that we're still collecting an appropriate amount for replacement of capital infrastructure. The Marina Fund, so we have been investing in capital at the Marina Fund over the years. We are proposing a budget in 2023 where expenses do not exceed revenue. And these are the three projects that have been identified in the Marina Fund for 23. Replacement, which is a regular ongoing expense related to power boats and also paddle sports equipment. The boat ramp improvement, there is a picture here of the flooding that does occur in that boat ramp. So this would be to correct that issue. And then also to create a new safety video. Sorry, one thing going back to this other slide that I should note is not proposed in this budget in order to align expenses with revenues is completing the site work. And so one of the discussion items that we'll have is related to where certain expenses in that area of town belong, and if they are truly something that should be funded by marina user fees and rental fees. So with that, I will take any questions that you had about that part of the presentation. And then we will move on to the discussion points, which I think we have hopefully left ample time for.
Questions on the presentation? Andy?
Couple, thank you. Where does fire lie within the budget? Like, do we have anything for that?
We have money proposed in the capital plan related to trail enhancements and the Frisco Backyard Master Plan. So before we can get into actual mitigation efforts, we need to complete a planning process.
Okay, thanks. I didn't notice that was attached to trail enhancements.
No worries.
Personally, I think when we get to it, the marina, the parks should be separate, a separate entity from the marina. We should fund the parks out of funding the rest of the parks in town. Childcare assistance, we bumped it down from 250 to 100. Like, we're at 50. How do we spread the word on that and actually, give more money away?
So I think part of the issue currently is twofold. We have capacity issues throughout the town. Throughout the county. We have long wait lists and no spots to provide for them. So we need to add to the capacity. And then additionally, until we have a county-wide program, I think that the centers are uncomfortable with raising their rates to the amount that would equal the true cost. So once we have a county-wide program, we do expect and hope, honestly, that the centers will increase their rates, and then that extra amount will be filled in by the child care tuition assistance program. So currently we have families that may not qualify because they don't spend 20% or lower, depending on their AMI on childcare. If the rates were increased, they might exceed that amount and be eligible. And then also, families that are currently in the program would receive more.
It's my understanding that we're not funding anyone from outside of the school system. So the childcare providers that are in home and whatnot, we don't fund anybody there because nobody's either applied or they just don't qualify.
It's we require, in order to receive tuition assistance, that it be a licensed facility. And we have reached out to the county if there's anything that we can do to help facilities that are not currently meeting the licensing criteria.
Right. Okay.
So are there any home care?
We don't currently have any in-home care families or providers that have qualified.
And I guess I have a question. I'm a little confused about like what you were saying about rate, like if they were raising the rates for the childcare. Like, how does that become like a roadblock, I guess? Like, I just don't get how the system.
Block for the town. We would encourage them to raise their rates right now to pay for the true cost of care and make sure that they're paying their employees a livable wage. The barrier is that only a portion of the families that attend, Summit County Preschool, for example, live or work in Frisco. So if you don't live or work in Frisco, then you're not eligible for childcare tuition assistance. So then if they raise the rates, it would negatively impact those families that aren't currently able to apply for assistance. But when it becomes countywide and is managed by Early Childhood Options, then any families we expect that live or work in the county would be eligible. It actually might just be work in the county. I should correct that.
And just a little background to that was we decided that instead of funding the schools because they are not whole, right? They're in the red, that we would prefer to give the money to the people for tuition. And so then it's up to the school to try to make that up. in Whatever way they can. That's just how we ended up.
No,
where
it's
we are.
awesome. I remember having that conversation.
Good.
And we do currently have 4 providers. Oh, I take it back. We do have a new provider that is in-home. I believe that that's an in-home provider in Breckenridge, but that was new as of the last month, I believe. But we do now have 4 providers that are participating in the program.
That was probably it for my questions, I think.
Other questions? I know you had a list. I might wait till the end for yours, Sandy. Any other questions on the presentation?
I guess maybe a little bit more about the pay as you throw program. I know, I guess I don't know all the details of that program, so I'm like, it's hard for me to like.
I'm looking for Dawn. Maybe Dawn can give me a lifeline here.
Sure, I'll try to answer them, and certainly I'm not going to be the expert on this program. Our expert is out of the country at the moment, Hillary. However, so as Jesse mentioned during the budget presentation, pay as you throw and universal recycling are 2 separate things. The pay as you throw is more for the residential in-home totes and whatever else. And we're not proposing a lot of subsidies on that. If I recall correctly, the implementation of that is going to begin in the spring of 2023, where the management companies are going to be working to and beginning to ramp up that program and getting the new totes out to their customers with the goal, I believe, of having that fully completed and implemented by the middle, maybe June 1st of 2024. Might not have the dates. The commercial side of that, which is the universal recycling, and that also applies to multifamily HOAs where they have a shared dumpster enclosure. That rolls out a little bit later. And so what we are proposing is to get ahead of that and help HOAs and other commercial providers develop and get trash enclosure and build trash enclosures that are consistent in compliance with the new ordinance.
So how does this affect like Main Street Frisco businesses?
It's probably going to impact each of them differently. So it depends on what the business currently has in place. If they already have a dumpster enclosure that has adequate space for recycling and composting, as well as their regular disposal, no impact at all. So it really kind of does depend on the individual business, as well as maybe the overall owners association, which those businesses might be a part of.
If I could also add, I met with the Waste Management Government Affairs team. And they can answer a lot of our questions based off of what the pain points are of implementing the program, because they're in charge of the entire state. They've done it. They want to be available to us whenever we're actually talking about pay as you throw. They should be available to HC3 too. They were meeting with them. But when we're answering or figuring out some of the details, because we didn't figure out a lot of the details as we push this down, those can be answered. We don't have those answers yet.
I mean, I guess like for businesses, like it would be good if I'll say me or any business owner could also budget or plan ahead, I guess.
No, absolutely. And I think certainly, as Andy mentioned, HC3 is developing plans for some of that implementation. And that's, I think, why the commercial side of it, the universal recycling ordinance, is delayed on the implementation, or it's the second phase of the implementation, because it is a little bit more complex.
A business wouldn't have to have something budgeted until 2024. At the earliest.
But if you've got, just change there. It is.
Sorry.
That's right. Town hall dumpster is 150,000. And we budgeted 40,000 for assistance in pay as you throw, with the conversation being helping HOAs when they have to redo their dumpsters. What's 40,000 going to do?
Again, so I think there, and I might be wrong, but I think the town hall dumpster is actually 100,000. We have 50,000 for that'll be offsetting revenue from as part of a grant from Seed Parks and Wildlife. So I think the overall budget number should be $100,000 in expenditure on that, or the cost of that dumpster enclosure.
Because we've got a $50,000 grant.
Did you go 150 on it?
Where's the number from Jeff?
I thought we were at 100.
Why isn't it done?
Sorry,
Like, that's like 3 years later, why isn't that done?
that's.
So, okay,
n-
but
In
to
any event,
Andy's
so,
point,
yeah, and so the goal for the pay-as-you-throw program and the universal recycling in the budget, it's not to pay for a whole dumpster enclosure for a business or for an HOA or anything else. It is supposed to be to help assist them either in the construction or whatever else. And again, not every single HOA is going to have to do an improvement to their dumpster. So I certainly, if town council would like to allocate more, we can certainly increase that program. We haven't rolled it out as of yet.
I'm just,
And-
we have one piece of data, which is for the town to do its dumpster is 150,000.
Sure.
We have no data for what it is for the rest of town.
Mhm.
And we're throwing 40,000 as a placeholder, which is obviously inconsequential dollars relative to what it's costing us. So somewhere in there is going to be a problem.
Sure. And also as Jesse pointed out, the full implementation is going to be 2024. So this 2023 budget number could be for those who are trying to get a head start on that. And so maybe that'll help us develop additional and better data for the 2024 budget.
Cool.
did we, good?
Go for it.
Okay.
Are you done? You good?
I'm gonna go off here later.
I'm done with pay as you throw.
Okay.
So, fundamental question really is, because I get confused. In the business world, the IRS makes it easy to identify capital expenses versus operational expenses. What is our definition of a capital expense?
So the definition of an actual capital expense that we capitalize in our books is something that has a life of more than 5 years and costs more than $5,000 and isn't simply a repair to bring the asset back to its original condition. So there are some items that are identified as repair and maintenance that we do not capitalize.
But they're coming out of the capital fund.
I mean, whether you pay for them out of the general fund or the capital fund, it is largely the same revenue source, which is the transfer from general fund. And
That's an inconsistency that
Yeah.
then it's an inconsistency and from my perspective, it doesn't seem necessary.
going back though to that thought process I was having when I was transferring things over to the general fund, like road repair and maintenance, and then I put them back, it was related to the fact that we were seeing fluctuations over the years of expenses. So by keeping those less operational and sometimes more irregular expenses in the capital fund, and you don't see those big spikes in general fund expenses. You could do it either way.
As long as we. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
And there's no tax impact on whether we capitalize them or not.
Right, that I realize it's just easier in the other world where they tell you what the rules are and you have to play by it.
Yep. So we
We
do,
have
you
that
know,
flexibility.
we do keep in our financial statements, a listing basically of what the town owns for capitalized assets related to buildings, improvements, infrastructure. I don't think we currently have any artwork in there, but it could go there, intangible assets. So that is, those items make it into that list, whereas repairs and maintenance don't.
This is probably going to be an annual tradition.
We will continue to look at it because I had your same thought process on day one. And then I just talked myself out of it because they had traditionally lived in the capital fund. So
Moving, on, I'll be bringing that up forever. If we have to spend $2 million on PFAS repair or whatever it is, can we afford that? If we're stuck with the whole bill?
currently the water fund contemplates spending the 2 million. What we haven't yet done is a water infrastructure analysis to look at the system as a whole and what our ongoing revenues and expenditures would be. I can go to that fund related to water.
I just kind of want to make sure that if we have to go
More.
forward without help.
Yep.
Can we do that?
Probably most useful is to look at this slide here, which shows our ending fund balance. So this is proposing in 2023, having a decrease in fund balance related to potentially having a $2 million expense without the related grants revenue. Decreasing that, we are so far above the council set reserve. But there is also the bigger picture of where does that take us out in the future? Hopefully in 2023, we'll know that, but also hopefully we will receive a large, portion of grant funding. We do think that we are further ahead of other communities that might also be looking to do PFAS mitigation. So hopefully that gives us a leg up in applying for grants.
While you're thinking about that, I do just want to acknowledge that on Zoom, people can hear us, but if they were to, like, if Rick wanted to chime in, we don't have audio, so they're working on it right now, but I did just want to acknowledge that that's happening right now.
Okay, those are mine. I mean, again, first off, I failed to say, great job. First year through, I gotta believe you picked up, a very well put together package, but
Yep.
you're a different person. You do it differently.
you.
First year through is the hardest year. So
And I did just want to mention again, the capital improvement program. It includes in the packet a page for each individual proposed project related to the capital plan. Some are repairs and maintenance and not actually capital. But it seems to me that would add some transparency for council, but also for the public, and allow staff to keep an ongoing record of what's been discussed. It'll be a living document. We'll add to it throughout the year. And then we'll also, get hopefully really good at projecting years out and be able to create a great picture of what our capital plan looks like for the next 5 years.
I'm sorry, one more thing, which is sort of unrelated to in the very, very, very beginning on your timetable, you mentioned the mill levy adoption. And I guess I don't remember what exactly that is, but I'm gonna continue to have major concerns that we're gonna see massive increases in everybody's real estate taxes. But not because we've changed the mill levy, but it's because it's a reassessment year. And whatever we can do to make it very clear that we are not raising taxes.
So we are not proposing raising taxes. Also, within the mill levy structure within Summit County, the municipalities have a very small portion of any property tax that's collected by us. The large portions of the property tax go to Summit County, who in exchange provides back the sales tax that's collected within the town of Frisco. And then the school district and any special districts like the fire department, that's where the majority of property tax goes. We get 0.79 mils.
But when everybody's taxes go up by 30 to 50% this year.
They would have had
We
to
don't
vote
wanna-
it on it anyway. We can't raise taxes
No, no,
without
but
them.
everybody's real estate taxes are going to go up this year by 30 to 50% because of the reassessment. It's not our fault. We can't control it. We can't do anything about it.
Neighbor says we couldn't have done it anyway. They would have had to vote on it.
It's just,
Yeah.
we need to keep delivering that message because we're gonna get caught in the firestorm.
Lisa, anything?
I don't think so. I think it was answered.
Not to beat the universal recycling to death, but I did just pull up Hillary's memo from March 22nd, and she did estimate for 2023 about $98,000 should be in there for that line item. Which is what I recall from our stakeholder meetings. So I don't know if it's because the 40,000 was just for that business piece and the 98 was more for the program implementation as a whole. But to Andrew's point, 40,000 might not go very far at the end of the day for businesses and HOAs. So
I would suggest a couple of things at this point. One, we'll get more information and come back to you, and we'll have that on October 11th. But also council it's your budget that you approve, and you can increase that if you wish. So we'll bring that back to you.
Okay. All right, so with that, let's take us through the discussion.
Are we
Rick,
still not
sorry,
able
Rick.
to?
Rick unmuted. Is he able to call you, Deborah, or?
Veronica.
I'm gonna check. Can you guys hear me?
Hear you. Yay.
Okay, that's why I've been waiting to cut in. I didn't want to be rude.
So I can.
Yep, you can go. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Here we go.
All right, Rick.
I'm good for questions, though. I'll mute again and be here.
Okay, sorry about that. You also have a good echo. Is that maybe we don't know yet? Okay, we're working on
That I
it.
got him is
Okay.
amazing.
Discussion. Thank you.
Got it.
So we are going to tackle the first topic of lobbyists and grants between Tom and myself. So I'll let Tom start and then I'll take over when he's.
So, I've, again, 4 weeks in, been exposed a little bit to the program between our current lobbyists that covers both federal and state lobbying. And then we have a separate firm that does grant writing. It seems based on the ambitions of the town council around wildfire mitigation, PFAS is in there. A lot of the activity that is available in order to supplement the budget with grants are things that the grant writer is going to be an expert at. I'm not sure that the of dollars that we're putting into lobbying at this point are going to pay off as much as the grant writing is going to pay off. That's just an initial assessment of that. And if we're of course going to continue working with both groups through the end of the year to see what can be identified. As well, I think, and I'm probably gonna speak out of turn a little bit here, but especially with wildfire mitigation, we're already working closely with the Forest Service, who is the best conduit into federal money that they're eligible for. Anything that we're doing as the town of Frisco is going to have less of an impact at the federal level unless we're doing it with the county. And right now we kind of are, but not totally. So, and our relationship is different. So, for 2023, I question the necessity of keeping the relationship with the federal and state lobbying firm that we have now. Definitely think we should go forward with the grant writing.
Remind us of what those numbers are in the budget.
So in 2022, we will have spent about $175,000 on the lobbyists between state and federal. The grant writer is about 50,000.
Thank you.
So to provide a little bit more just background on the grant writer. So we went through a process of interviewing several grant writers and then came across Michael Baker International. They're known as a planning firm. But they had a really great holistic approach of this, where they took all of our planning documents, including our comprehensive plan, our strategic plan, our trails master plan, et cetera. They read all of those and they went from there to compile based upon what we had also told them about our needs and our desire for grant funding. They compiled a very comprehensive grant tracking spreadsheet that identifies grants that could relate and then gave us specific deadlines for those grants. Some of those grants they have cycles and they're recurring, some are one time. And so that was is all reflected in the spreadsheet. They also communicated to us they can handle about 5 grants at a time. So from that information, we compiled some rounds of grant funding. So in our first round, we looked at the sidewalks on Highway 9. Well, we started with safe routes to schools and we were trying to include that bridge along the rec path. But we met with CDOT with Michael Baker. We identified that sidewalk in front of Walmart there, we think is a great potential for grant funding. So we are about to submit that grant application that Michael Baker has helped us with. I should also note that in the capital plan, those pages, we've noted where we believe that there is potential for grant funding on those pages with funding sources. Other items that we're working on right now is related to complete streets. We had a call with the Colorado Outdoor Recreation Department on Monday to discuss their grant options regarding potentially the marina or slope side. We got some maybe not so great news that they're not really looking for infrastructure grants. They're looking for more programmatic grants, but we'll continue down that road. They also have had great experience with transit planning grants in other municipalities. They looked into if we could get anything with the Frisco Elementary after school programming. Unfortunately, that ended up as a no-go because we're not a true childcare provider. Or that center isn't, even though it's an elementary school. Also, they helped us with a GoCo grant for trail enhancements. So that was kind of the first round there. What we'll move into next is related to the Galena Street Housing Project, solar opportunities, maybe on Granite Street, also related to Public Works. If there's anything that else that could be done related to Slopeside Hall and the PRA, the PFAS mitigation, and perhaps related to fiber infrastructure. And then hopefully before we're done, we will get into pay as you throw and universal recycling, any park improvements, other sustainability projects that weren't incorporated into Partners in Energy, any sort of transit implementation, maybe more complete streets, and then also wildfire. I would also like to bring up that I think that we're going to discuss wildfire mitigation at the next CAS meeting. And if that relates to potentially future congressionally reserved spending, and that, the more we unite, the better chance that we have. So that will be upcoming. And to Tom's point that sometimes larger groups are better for getting real funding dollars.
So are you looking for like a yes, no? Like how do you want to?
Yes. So, what would you like to see in the budget related to lobbyist funding and grant writer funding?
Staff is proposing to nix the lobbyist and to keep the grants writing program person contract. It's contract.
That's not to say that you'll never be into lobbying.
Mhm.
Because if there are eligible things in the future, we probably should, or if there's partnerships available. But yes, that's what we're suggesting.
Tom, have you used federal lobbyists before? And
Yeah, so in my past work, we went on about a 5-year program, starting with getting under transit in order to first build local funding for transit improvements, build programs, implement systems, and do all of the planning and NEPA work, bus rapid transit system. Once we had all of those things in place, then we hired lobbyists to help us secure federal grants. There's the PFAS program and wildfire mitigation that we're getting close to those things. But most of those programs are either going to be, we just saw a big allocation to the state around wildfire mitigation. So there's probably not as much of a federal opportunity unless it comes through the Forest Service. PFAS is going to have state allocations as well. So unless you have a project that you're either going for a specific earmark through one of your congressional representatives, or there's a program out there that requires direct allocation from the federal government, I'm not sure that it's really useful unless you have something that you're trying to affect language in legislation about.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure at the state level yet whether we're trying to do that. Haven't heard anything like that.
Additionally, there are lots of funds that are still coming down even from ARPA, and then we'll see IIJA, and then we'll see the Inflation Reduction Act. There's already lots of funding out there that we'll have opportunity to apply for with our grant writer.
I'm happy to hear that you respect the role and know when to call him or her in. Which is
And
the similar perspective from a previous town manager who felt it was time to call them in and then jump.
So I would say, you know, as we get past the budget for 2023 and are implementing 2023, we're probably gonna do some strategic planning. We can talk about it in that context there about the future and what that longer term plan is.
I like that you'll come back to us and say, now's the time, if it is the time.
And is there, I mean, you had kind of talked about the county relationship before also. I would assume it's advantageous for if we can create partnerships with other towns or that the county to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has to do with scale of project, right? And so, you know, relationships with the US Forest Service and relationships countywide or multi-county can help, especially on things like wildfire mitigation, because they're just huge. And a lot of the allocations, they want to see big swaths of project in order to get those monies.
our project is a huge swath, bigger than this state has ever done.
Yep.
Well beyond our reach, as speaker, you know, it's what has been identified. The Forest Service is absolutely a partner, but Summit County has basically not been at the table yet. Summit County Wildfire Council is planning on the project. And we could get something from them, but that wouldn't be that much. There would be some additional.
And some of the associations that we work with, CAST, you mentioned one, I-70 Coalition, CC4CA, they all have their own lobbyists as well. And so in terms of affecting legislation that we are aligning with, you know, we don't need to do that ourselves. We can go to the organizations that have a very clear mission that we're a part of, that we can participate through those avenues too. So, okay, great. So everyone's,
One more question.
Yes.
Sorry. Now, but can you clarify we're limited to 5 grants? Is that what?
They have the capacity to work on 5 at a time. So they're working through 5. As we get finished with one, we can add one, but we've kind of identified them in rounds of 5.
Is that limiting our ability to apply for anything?
No, we've looked at the deadlines and we've ensured that by our prioritization that we've set, that we're not missing deadlines.
Probably also just the capacity of staff to actually be working on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, very simply. I mean, I don't really know enough about that yet, but
Yeah. And in some of the priorities or opportunities that are lower down on the list, some of those are, you know, we're in the process of, say, PFAS, the study. And so once we finish the study, then we can apply for the grant for the mitigation. So that's also taken into account there.
okay. Right.
Do we want to take a bathroom break?
Do you guys need a break? Okay, let's take 5. Let's take 7. Come back at 4:50 on the computer clock. Not that one, because that one's slow.
Is that like a clock you pull off the wall and move the little thing?
Yes, I don't know. So 4:50.
It's got a battery and it's old, and I would probably say we don't really need that clock anymore.
There you go.
Oh,
All right.
we need a clock on the wall.
Hey, Rick, if you're listening, do you want to unmute and test again?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you the same thing.
Okay, try again, because I'm trying to figure out why we've got the echo.
Okay, is it echo still there?
Yeah, it's echoing in here.
Oh,
And I tried playing with my speaker levels. Try again.
okay, just, I'm using my iPad like normal and it should
Yeah,
be fine.
I don't know. It seems, yeah. I've got it about as sweet a spot as I can get, but just so you know, you're echoey tonight and I'm not really sure that I know how to fix it.
Okay, let me try one other thing. Let me try this.
Thank you.
How's that?
That's better.
Is it?
Yes, it's much better.
Okay, that's without my headphones, so I'll just take them off.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thanks, Deb.
Appreciate it, Rick.
Yeah.
Are you gonna take us through the housing, like a whole, another? We're not gonna do the whole housing conformity because we feel like. Too rough. Okay. Don's gonna speak about like forecasting. Okay. Right now, the idea that once we're ready to make that full funding decision, that's not what that would be the right time. Okay. So, no, we originally had to do that, but the timing of the bits and everything. we have to-
It should be.
Yeah, thank you.
I love change.
Yeah,
I think it's a good thing. I think it's.
I'm ready.
Well, you know what? I didn't see a need to ask most of my questions because they weren't policy.
Speed it up. Well, I heard that Dom and Jenny were able to buy your house. That's awesome. And then, you know, Taco, I confirmed that with Jeff, and so he updated that narrative. And Morris Design and Stace are gonna work together on the thing. And I updated the comment on the townhome master plan and then City Hall.
The next one coming.
And I took out sustainability, that there were other items, because we're gonna need all $400,000 for solar and for EV charge.
But it is going to reduce costs, right? Because you kind of had, there's no operational costs. Otherwise, why are we doing this? Otherwise, this whole solar thing is a scam. It's- Well, if it's not going to reduce our energy costs, then, something's
Shit.
dramatically wrong.
I laugh about that it's a scam, because when we were doing a bunch of solar, it's documentation for like 10 years or so. People had this comment, they were like, I don't even know if this is real.
Well, I'll tell you what is now getting my go is, what's it called, not Connective, it does Excel. Excel is doing its own massive renewable energy system, so that they say they're gonna be like 80% renewable by a certain date. Why am I putting a system on my roof then? If they're gonna do it all, and it's so much more efficient. I mean, it's just like an engine, it's more efficient for them to do one massive system than for us to install 5 million rooftops.
But I don't wanna be.
So
Yeah, I will make a note on updating that.
the other thing was, and I'm happy to ask you off the operational budget, meaning in the reports, not in the budget, just the reports that we get. As I think it was the Marina Fund, balance is negative 203,000 net. Sometimes I know that that's just this month versus last month revenues coming in. That was a big number. What's going on?
They came in about $400,000 for revenue for boat rentals.
That's not, that number, that's cap.
Is cash. We're gonna have to learn it. And that's why Tom mentioned that.
So how do we cover that? General fund loans it to the Marina. Are we involved or you guys? Journal entries. Wow. Okay. What was that mean? Marina's budget?
Hi, Sarah.
But like next year, if we don't do anything in capital, is it a profit? Is it on an ongoing basis?
No,
On an ongoing basis, it's a profit.
for now, right, yeah, yeah. No, they said that, it's now $1,200 to fix it, not 900, which was the previous thing.
And then we increase the rates and it's turnover. And said, oh, it's redesign the whole marina and spend $6 million. I don't have it. And now we're at 200,000.
Yeah.
And what would we be if there were no expenses? Probably $6 million. No, just this year. Or like if we took this year's budget.
$4 million.
Okay, and that's true capital. So even round it down to $1 million, then you still have a $750,000 profit. If we just stop it.
So echoey. Like, I thought that I had
That's what you don't-
gotten the problem better for Rick
You would
when
like
I
to
got him off
what do we do
his
here?
earbuds. But then when I just heard somebody else hop on, the same problem. Anyway, meeting starting again. If you have any thoughts, text me.
Leslie, did you get clear direction on the first question? Okay, great. So housing forecast.
Don is going to provide us an update on housing forecast. To cover what that was to entail is kind of looking at what we have planned in the future, some immediate thoughts, and then Granite Park, like I said, is in the budget to pay for on a cash basis. I'll let Don add to that.
I wasn't looking at the computer clock. I was looking at the one on the wall.
He's the wrong side. Yeah.
All right, so thanks for the introduction of which I'm a part of, but certainly the housing budget, we're being pretty ambitious. We have a lot of projects that we're going to try to get underway and under construction and in process over the next couple of years. So first and foremost is Granite Park, and right now we have in the budget, forgot my glasses back there, but it's somewhere in the ballpark of $10 million, which is offset on a small part by some revenue interfund transfer from, oh, thank you. That's so much better. This is something I'm getting used to. Great, thank you for that. But so we do have a 3.5 million in there for a transfer to offset a portion of that revenue, which is what is coming from CDOT on that. So there are some offsets. I think the bottom line on that, though, is, as Leslie pointed out earlier, if we cash fund the construction of the Granite Park project, there's not a lot of money left for a lot of other things that we want to do. The only thing left that will be is about $1.5 million that we have in the budget for buy downs. Everything else is allocated. $600,000 for design of Galena Street. I believe 200,000 for design of the Pitkin and 8th Avenue project from those two projects or parcels that we acquired. So we are limited unless we finance or identify additional revenue sources.
If we cash fund Granite Park, how much are we funding? What's the number?
We don't have that exact number yet. As of yet, we just went out for rebid on the project for contractors. We received the proposal window closed last week, so we're going to be reviewing those with our contractor tomorrow. Our estimate is somewhere in the ballpark of the overall construction cost being about $10 million. We will reduce. CDOT has also contributed 2.4 million worth of land value to that. So we add that together along with some other design and other costs that we've had. So overall, let's say it's a $13 million project. We're funding half of that. CDOT's funding half of that. CDOT's also provided that land. So ultimately it works out that we'd be about 7 million. CDOT share would be about 5 million. Also minus $1.5 million from a grant that staff acquired. Thank you for that.
So 7 million is.
That's the close number, not having final bids from contractors as of yet. Any questions on that? I can,
Why wouldn't we finance most of this stuff so we can be cash rich instead of being cash poor?
it certainly provides more flexibility, and I get that's, so that's something that staff, we had originally on the budget when we went out for bid the first time for the project back in August. We were going to have that financing discussion at that time. So we're now suggesting that we would have that discussion now that once we go under contract with with a contractor for the project. So I think at this point, staff recommendation would be yes, I think we should finance this project, gives us a lot more opportunity, a lot more flexibility moving forward. But that ultimately is a decision for council.
Just to add to Don's point, so with this budget, at the end of 23, if you did pay for Granite Park in cash, this estimates an ending fund balance of about $18,000. So, but we'll provide, when we gave you that big 10-year pro forma, once we have the numbers from the bid, we can bring that to you, and then that's when we can really dive into that financing discussion.
I agree with Andy, meaning I'm happy to finance it, but on a standalone basis. Meaning revenue projections should pay for loan expenses. We shouldn't be feeding, we have units that we're going to be renting for money. We shouldn't be
Yes.
feeding this project on a regular basis. This project should stand alone. At
Whoever-
whatever level of debt we choose.
Yeah.
It's just a
We-
very, very early opinion.
We can dig into it once we have the real numbers, but I would expect that with limited AMI and set rental rates, that you're not going to pay for the whole debt financing with the rental income.
unless
You'll
you
need-
borrow less.
You may need, yes, you could borrow less, but you could also use the tax revenue of the STR excise tax and the SCHA tax to pay for that debt payment. So lots of options.
We continue.
Questions on housing?
Thank you.
There was no question in that, right? There was just, here's where we're at.
It was just an update to give you an idea of the forecast for housing as we know it right now.
Thank you.
But next up, the Slopeside Hall discussion. I think Diane can help out with these next two items as they relate to recreation.
Good evening, council. It's good to see you. I guess I'd say, first of all, thank you for all the one-on-one discussions that we had. It has made this process go quite quickly this evening. We anticipated many, many more hours, and maybe this discussion will go for a long time, but otherwise, thank you for that. Also adding into Slopeside Hall here, Addison can also answer questions about this. Just as an update on where we are with Slopeside Hall, it's on here tonight as a discussion point because of primarily the dollar amount that's associated with this project. In 2023, we have $8 million in the budget at this point in time for the project. Now, we also have been working with council for many months, a year at this point in time on this project. And so the last direction that we had received from council, right, was, hey, let's figure out exactly how much is this going to cost, this whole project. Let's look at this, right? And remember, the scope has also grown. It's not just Slopeside Hall, it's the changes to the day lodge, it's the addition of a tube storage, it's also the landscape. So it's quite a big project. We put it out to bid initially for a CMGC. We received one bid back and had made the decision with the help of Thad, our town attorney, to not accept that bid and to go back out again. So we went back out again, and this time around we received 3 bids for the project. Today we spent the morning, myself and Addison and Susan Lee, as well as the owner's rep and the architect, interviewing all 3 of those companies. We will be back in front of you on October 11th. As part of a work session and then a recommendation to move forward with one of those companies to get through the construction management portion of this project. All three companies were wonderful. We don't have a decision yet. You'll see that here in a couple weeks. They did provide us with some good faith estimates of what this project would cost. But that's without digging in completely, right? And those good faith estimates are anywhere from, I believe it was 7.1 to 8.1 million. Sound about right? So we're within range right now of what we're talking about in terms of the budget. But what it also does, it provides us, by doing this exercise, it provides us with the opportunity to really dial in those costs and look at the scope of the project as a whole. Do we want to reduce the scope? Do we want to phase the project? What do we want to do? So our recommendation with this project would be, let's get through that process. October 11th, you will see a recommendation and then a contract to move forward with that construction management aspect of this. The group would then go ahead, move forward with getting their cost estimates. We would be back in front of you again, for sure at the December meeting. The December meeting, we would have most likely a contract in front of you for the whole scope of the project. Here's how much it's going to cost. We would also recommend, though, before that, coming back before you in November to actually review where are we at this point in time, what numbers are we starting to see, and are there some reductions in the scope you'd like to see at that point in time before coming to you in December. So that would be our recommendation with this project at this point in time.
Seems like we need the.
Yeah.
we need the-
Right? Yeah.
Need to get the information.
So when is
Yeah.
the go, no go decision?
We would be back in front of you most likely, I think it's December 13th, I think is that meeting, where you would see all the numbers. You'd see everything and have the ability to then decide what do we want to do. There's an initial cost up front that we would have to provide, right, to get this construction management services. That also varied between the three different companies. Anywhere from, I think it was so 7,500 to 30,000. So there's a pretty big range in there in terms of what that would look like as well. But we think it's money well put into the project to then determine true costs and what we want to do at this point in time.
So the scope of the bid that you just put out, was it just for the construction management part or for like the whole project from?
It's in two different phases, if you
Okay.
will. Yeah. So
So you could do one and then if you get to December 13th, it's the go, no go, and the rest of that contract is not, okay.
and we worked with our owner's rep as well as Thad on the details of that contract. So we always had the ability to do that.
And it's still sticker shock on the capital fund. But it's there.
Decision necessary, right?
Hey,
Yes.
Diane.
Yeah. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to be clear. I think Jesse asked really similar, if not the same question. So our next meeting is whether you're going to move forward with a company to go out and get costs for the entire project. Is that correct?
I'm going to have Addison take this one. Just a moment.
So, good evening.
Hey, Addison.
How are you
What do you
doing?
I'm great, bud. Let me just. So the next meeting is going to be, okay, these are those folks, they want to move forward and this is the scope of what we're asking them to do. So here's my clarifying question. When you go forward and ask them to go for scope, is it going to be project in its entirety, project for building only, project for patio, and project for upgrades to the day lodge? So we can see those costs, separate them out with the ability to phase this.
So how it is going to look is this is all for pre-construction services. That's how the CMGC model is built, pre-con services and then GMP. So guaranteed maximum price. So what we are going to be coming with on the 11th is for those pre-con services. In those pre-con services, we have already instructed, and I believe it's in our lengthy CMGC contract, is you need to price every single thing, and it's all going to be completely itemized. So when we reconvene in December, you you guys, council, we can make that educated decision of, you know what, let's do it. Let's go all in, or hey, let's focus on slope side, and then we can do the ancillary stuff. So that is what the marching orders have been, and that's what we'll see.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
His comments. Okay, we'll see you back on the 11th with some info.
Absolutely. Preliminary info, right? Like it's just the start of a contract. You won't see a lot with that, but yes. Moving on to the marina. I think Leslie had teed this up a little bit just in terms of what our funding is looking like for the marina. We've told each and every one of you, right, as you've seen, definitely a difficult year at the marina this summer, just with our rentals. Our rentals were down, right? And a lot of you have asked, well, why is that? What happened? And if you can recall those months of June and July when it rained every single day, yes, rentals were down. It's hard to get out there on the water when it's rainy and wet and windy. And Dillon Marina experienced the same drop as what we did. It's the nature of where we are at this point in time. When we first started all the projects down at the marina, remember we borrowed quite a bit of money, right? And we went through this process, quite a lengthy process. And we had always said at that time, it's not going to buy us everything. It just isn't. We knew that, right? We knew we'd either have to go back out and borrow more money. We'd have to kind of stop construction for a while and save up. And so we've hit that point. And that's essentially where we are at this point in time. We've looked a lot at what is still left to do down there and what would make a big difference. And, that big plot of land that sits in between the new building and the docks and the beach, you've all seen it. It's something that we do have projected to change, to make look better. We've got some great plans. We just can't afford it with where we're at this point in time in the budget. And so the question has definitely come about of, well, is that something that should come out of the Marina Fund? As Tom had said earlier too, the Marina, it's an enterprise fund, right? And so everything that we generate down there all the revenues stay within the Marina Fund. It's easier to recoup your costs when you're replacing, whether it be the boats, whether it be you're making changes to the docks, you're doing a lot of that you can charge for those services. When you do something like landscaping and playgrounds and things like that, it's a little bit harder to recoup those costs. And so our recommendation would be to complete that project, but of course, not having it come out of the Marina Fund, it would need to come out of the general fund. And that would be a little bit of a change of philosophy of where we've been in the past with council, whereby it was very much everything came out of the Marina Fund for everything at the marina. And now the request is to have such things as the landscaping and the playground come out of the general fund. If you can recall when we did the report too back in the day about kind of who are our users at the marina, remember it broke it down pretty clearly, right? We do have users who specifically use the marina. They've got their boats down there and that is it. But it also really does serve as a public park. And a lot of people come down there and spend time down there, whether it be on the beach, in the grass, food and beverage, whatever it might be, and may never even set foot on the water or participate in anything that is related to the traditional marina activities. So that's the question in front of you tonight. That one truly is a question.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. So the park-like areas makes total sense to me to push that to Parks and Rec to the general fund. I'm wondering about the beach itself then. Is that being contemplated also?
We currently still keep the beach. We still have that currently in the Marina Fund at this point in time. We had initially put in the budget, when we first started doing the budget, you put everything in there, everything that you kind of look at and wanting to do, right? And so we had looked at replacing the sand at $100,000 to replace the sand, which I know that's sticker shock as well. But you got to get the right sand and all those good things. We've pulled that out of the budget because same thing. It's one of those projects we cannot afford at this point in time. So we figure we could get another year out of that. But kind of a discussion, I think, more for you of whether or not that would be okay to do the sand out of that as well.
And is that doable for the public works? Like, is that overtaxing them to have to take care of that much space? Because I know the green space that's there now by the playground, Public Works already does, but what about adding what's now a dirt lot and the beach? Is that overtaxing them?
Yeah, I'll have them answer that one.
The answer is we will always find a way to make it work. We want to make sure everybody's having an enjoyable experience at any one of our facilities, so we will make it work. Being directly involved in the landscaping project, yes, it is a significant amount of turf that's going to be involved, but we already have staff down there anyway. They're just going to be down there for longer. And it does not take the entire week to accomplish all of our mowing. So we'll just have to juggle things around, but we'll get it done.
I don't know, I wasn't here for that whole planning process of that new area. But I'm just curious about the whole use of turf. Are there other ideas that we could do instead of just doing all grass? Could we build like a little music stage? Could we do like a xeriscaped? Or more picnic areas that aren't so grass, water intensive? I don't know. I wasn't here for the.
Yeah, no. It's a good question. It's a good question. You know, as part of that entire plan, there actually is a plan to put a pavilion, a stage. All that stuff is not included in this phase of it, right? So that would come at a later time. So there is some of that was taken into account. There are picnic spaces. There are really looking at kind of just more open spaces, right? We've really found people just really want that. They're just hanging out is really what they're doing. So in the initial phases of us going through the master planning process of things, we looked at a variety of different options, but then landed on this more of this open space, kind of really trying to make the connection between where the island grill is, as well as where the water is, trying to keep that space really just open and playable, if you will.
Or basketball. I'm just kidding.
Killing me, killing me.
Partially based off of the presentation earlier, 90% staffing is the goal. And so, you know, with what it's gonna tax, this one particular project is gonna tax Public Works, you know, where are we at with our staffing goals? And where do we need to cut to get back to where, you know, one of the things Andy had mentioned a few meetings ago, which was, well, if we're not filling these positions, at what point do we decide that, like, let's stop doing that? You know, and relieve the people who are doing it in the meantime. So I'm interested just to know where we are there.
So overall with our staffing levels, I know Olinda's here. She could always feel free to chime in if you want to, right? She just sent out a report here recently about where we are with our staffing levels. If you're asking in terms of, I guess, the two specific departments, right? Recreation and culture for full-time year round. For recreation and culture, we've filled at 27 of our 28 full-time year round positions are filled. So that's really good. Public Works, I believe, is down, I want to say 3 full-time year round positions at this point in time. 2 in streets and 1 in grounds. Yep. Those are your full-time year-round positions. Now, do we all struggle with seasonal positions? Absolutely. And have many of our full-time year-round staff picked up a lot of those seasonal responsibilities because of that? Absolutely so. In terms of where are we with our operations and cutting things, as an example, at the marina, we were closed for rentals 2 days a week this summer because of those short staffing, the shortages that we've experienced. So I think we all are making adjustments as needed. I know Public Works, they do the same, right? In terms of how often things are getting taken care of, what is prioritized. I mean, we're doing that at all times at this point in time, to, you know, just because we're all in the same boat, if you will.
Yeah, I don't want to just lay on you guys, you know, more because you guys are always so willing and gracious to like take on more, but there's only so much you could do, and
Absolutely.
that's part of the subtraction within the equation.
So the grass issues aside, which thank you for bringing that up, because we did grill Norris and they're, you know, what are the opportunities there to go with low water and whatnot, but you know, between that project, the empty roundabouts and our medians, we look like we're in a perpetual construction zone when we're not. Like, and so I think that there's a couple things that have just been, we haven't been able to accomplish them for one reason or another, but it feels to the public or to somebody visiting or to a resident that we're not complete. We're not investing back into the spaces that we have. And so that area down at the marina, it needs fixed. It's awful. It's ugly. It's huge. It's right smack in the middle of the operation. And we have a good master plan for it. We have a design for it. And I just think it's time that we finally wrap that project up. I mean, I know there's other things that we're still working on down there, but it's brutal. And I love the parklets that got put out, the shade structures that really added some like, animation is not the right word, but it just added more to that. But then you turn around and like half of that view, the best view to Grays and Torreys and across the lake is like, like don't go in that, like what's down there, you know? So I think it's just time that we need to put the investment into it. And so long story short, I'm supportive of it coming out of the general fund. And I just think that project, we got to keep it moving forward, if nothing else, for all the other reasons at the marina, right?
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
go ahead.
I mostly agree. Is this an and question or an or question? Meaning, are we doing this by saying yes to doing this? Are we precluding ourselves from doing something else? Or we got plenty of money? Let's just do it.
I think this one has been accounted for, meaning I don't know if we ever have plenty of money, but this one has been accounted for in terms of it could come out of the capital fund. We can take it out of there and still be in a good spot. And I know if Leslie disagreed, she'd hit me right now and tell me.
Well, I mean, some of it ultimately depends on how much slope side costs, but so far, so good.
That's the important question, is this if, because my next question is what else is left? And if we said, you know what, put the bathrooms and the park behind the bathrooms on hold so we can, because that's okay. So we can do the right thing back there. That's an or question. Do you want to do this? Or do you want to do that? And we're not faced with that very often. So I'd like to present that as a question. Is you've referenced that I don't know what we're getting if we say yes to what you're asking for. Meaning a grassy lawn, or are we done? Or is this going to be an annual? Are we going to have the same conversation next year to finish the job, or to do the second, third, and then we have the third 2 years from now, so we're still under construction? Or is it going to look done next year? Because I'd rather have the or question now and say, let's spend $2 million out there, because we're spending $2 million in other places around town that we could pull money from. What's our priority?
I think there's two parts to the answer. So as far as our capacity, I think we have a more limited capacity, more than financial at this point. We have a staff and ability to complete projects. Because if you look at the 5-year plan, we can fund those things. It's just which year do things belong in. But then additionally, I think that this question is not just in this particular year. I think it's a philosophy of, in the future, if things aren't related to boats or boat rentals or, specific like shore power thing, boat ramps, do you agree on a philosophy that those other parts of the area we know as the marina that are more park-like, from this day forward, we could begin to pay for those out of capital like our other parks? But that's up to
My
you.
view is when you pull in that street, there's an archway that says, welcome to the Frisco Marina. Everything behind that archway is the marina. But we don't have the money to fund everything we want behind that archway. So we're having this conversation.
If you,
Is
yeah.
1/7.
Yeah, and I guess to go off of what Leslie just said here too, right? That master plan that we have and the kind of, for this area, that landscaping area, it will look very nice. It will look very finished down there. It can buy us some more time until we have to do the next phase of this. Now, when we do that next phase, if you recall, I mean, it's really pretty, right? We're talking about, I'll use the word promenade, kind of a nice little area down there, right? You've got the playground that has moved over down closer to the beach. We have all of those things. Now, I think that will become a question. Will we be back here in a year having that question in front of you? Possibly so, right? How much more do we want to do at that point in time? And as Leslie just said, should that then be coming out of capital fund, or does it come out of the Marina fund? Like, I think those will be, I can't see this being the end of the conversation.
Change the sign. Marina and park.
It does say park, it does, Marina Park.
If Public
Yes.
Works is already doing the maintenance, then it's not the marina, right? The marina's not doing the work. The marina.
They, on
employees
the
are
green
not
scape,
doing the
correct, on the grasses and everything,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah, we had F3 come in and look at everything, and they identified that there is a park and there is a marina. There's actually 2 parks, almost 3. And that's all just Parks Department. It should be, in my opinion.
I agree.
I do too.
Rick does- Rick
That
does
answer?
too.
Rick, doesn't know.
Is the playground that's currently there going to go away? Or will there just be a additional one?
So eventually in the plans, it does call for that park to go, that playground to go away and to have a new playground that's out there closer to the beach. That's what the master plan has, that's where we were. But, you know, we haven't gotten down into very specific drawings of what that would look like.
Can I ask a financial question then? If the marina operation is profitable to somewhere, call it between 500,000 and $1 million a year. So now, somewhere or another, we've now separated it. The general fund is paying for the park. What are we doing with the 500,000 to $1 million a year? Because it's an enterprise zone and we have to spend it inside behind the gate.
I think there's a few things, right? There's still things that are within the master plan that we haven't done yet. So if you're talking about the redoing the service yard, the service building, we've got plans, if you recall, to redo the Lund House, the food and beverage operation, adding in the restrooms. Can that be either Marina Fund or capital or a split of those? I think that it's a bigger question for you. Every 3 years, we rotate out our pontoons as well, whether it's the full boat itself or just the motors. Those are quite expensive also. We rotate out the entire fleet of all of the kayaks and the canoes and the paddle boards. So that money that is coming in, that's where that's going directly typically. Leslie had mentioned the power down to the docks. If that was at one point in time too, had come up as part of the master plan as being a priority, that would come out of that as well.
There's also the tractor that takes the boats down. I just was looking through the list of things.
Where are we on that debt? Have we, how much
Oh, we've got years,
still?
years.
So it's
Oh,
also going
It won't be
yeah.
No, it's not. That's,
48
we're profitable,
Beyond that.
we're profitable $500,000 to $1 million after payment of all operations, including debt. So that's why this is a precedent conversation of, you know, the opportunity, if we're saying that the park is not part of the marina now, are we precluding ourselves down the road from being able to utilize those profits on the park?
Oh,
I'm
don't
sorry,
know.
could you say that again?
yeah.
If we're saying now that the park, we're gonna fund the park out of general funds. So the park's not part of the marina.
Mhm.
Okay, now the marina throws off $1 million and we want to spend it on the park. Are we precluding ourselves from being able to do that if we're now declaring that the yard and the beach is not part of the marina?
So I don't think we're gonna have any challenge spending this. I don't think we're gonna start to build up this huge fund balance and we don't know what to do with it. You know, also some of the numbers that you're quoting might be based upon how much we were bringing in during the height of COVID. And we don't know what the future of the marina use looks like right now, right? Because we had this big spike in usage during 2020 and
Maybe we need
2021.
Thad to answer this question, but I don't want to handcuff us
I know what you're saying, yeah.
in the future from a decision we're making now.
Can we transfer out of the enterprise?
Can we transfer out of the enterprise to build a new swing set on the lawn if we're building the swing set on the lawn through a declaration that this is no longer part of the marina?
Certainly not recommend transferring money out of the marina fund.
But you are, if you're gonna put it in a place that you're asking us to decide is not part of the marina.
That's why I was saying, I don't think it's a just 1 year decision about, do we pay for this out of a different fund? I think it's a philosophy of what is the enterprise fund, and we should stick with that philosophy.
My point exactly.
Yeah, so he's
That's
saying that
exactly my point.
if we
Yeah,
are down in a general fund year or whatever, and we want to improve the playground, can we
Right.
take
it
the
from
marina fund money and pay for that? And what you're saying is not if we make this decision.
yeah, I would recommend we define what is the marina and what is the enterprise pay for, and stick with that and not flip flop from year to year.
On the master plan, can we decipher what is marina related and what's park related? And then,
I mean, I'm sure we can, yeah.
yeah, you know, I mean,
Wouldn't we-
because, yes,
Wouldn't we create maximum flexibility if we just loan the marina some money?
They'd have to be able to pay it back.
I don't have, this is now I've raised a question. I'm not advocating an answer. But this to me is a bigger question than, should we throw $700,000 from the general fund at the marina this year to build a swing set and a lawn? This has far greater implications than that question.
Is everyone clear on his question, just so
Yes.
that we're all,
yeah.
like, when we come back and have a discussion about this, okay.
Yeah.
So Tom, you had some concerns about the Marina Fund anyway, and you were gonna bring back some more information. Can we have,
You brought up some interesting questions that makes me think about where I want to go even further. So-
Right.
Is there any potential for that new green space to generate income? Is there any, like, if there's a stage there, what, can we do any events out there? Is there any like way to generate anything on that space? Could we do any sailing events or boat events or clinics, or, you know, can people come and pay for like a, I don't know, beginner paddleboard clinic? I mean, there's a lot of people that don't know what they're doing. Like, I'm just curious, like, if, say we didn't put that in the parks.
Or weddings in a cornhole tournament. It's all land based.
Yeah. Or a basketball tournament, I'm just kidding. I'm just, think it out. But I'm just wondering, like, to Andy's idea or thoughts, or, you know, is there potential for that space to generate any sort of income as part of the marina? Like, what are the potential things that could happen there?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I know you said wedding and cornhole. I think you are looking at rentable space, right? Yeah, sorry, but that's kind of where you're going, right? Because it is difficult in that space to, you know, if we had a band that was playing, you know, how do you charge for that? How do you block it off? How do you control for that? A lot of the things that you had mentioned just as examples are things that we do with our concessionaires already, right? Whether that's stand-up paddleboarding lessons, sailing lessons, we offer things like that. That doesn't mean that you can't creatively program other things. So it's definitely things that we used to do yoga down there. We did. So there are other things, yep, that we can creatively look at that could help generate some additional revenues into that area.
I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, typically for the town, putting on events is not a revenue generator.
Costs money. One, okay, we could build a elaborate, charge people.
Boy,
I'm.
yeah, amazing.
I'm sorry.
you didn't say ice rink. No, don't say it.
I'm looking at you, Tom, because I'm wondering if we can't have, well, a little bit, but because we don't have, we don't really have answers for this at the moment.
No, but what I think we owe you is at a minimum, a balanced marina enterprise budget. And I think we can get there based on some of this discussion.
You do also probably we need the answer to the definition of an enterprise fund and then kind of the future of this fund and defining what can or cannot come out of that. I think that's a good question.
And
Yeah.
where can we find, I think where you're going is where can we find opportunities to build in as much flexibility moving forward
Right.
as we can and not actually hamstring ourselves? Is that
That's the goal.
adequate? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. We did not answer your question. Sorry.
Yeah, we got it. Plus, it's good. Thank you.
But we are in a place of agreement, aren't we, that we want to spend the money necessary to do the improvements this summer?
I got that.
Okay.
Great.
Hey, gang, just for clarifying, Leslie had said, and it wasn't well heard, I guess I'll say that, is the reason we're in this predicament is because if the general fund puts money into the marina fund, it's a loan because it cannot just give money to the other fund because it's an
Have to pay it
enterprise
back.
fund, which is why we're here. Is that
We would have
accurate?
to. Yes.
Yes, we'd have to pay it back.
Yep. That's what,
Unless we
okay,
determined that it's not truly an expense of the enterprise fund.
right.
You can contribute up to about 10% annually without changing the character of the fund.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
But we can come back with more information on the 11th. And then lastly, to discuss one of the proposed added positions, having an officer at Frisco Elementary and adding one additional officer in order to fill that. Chief Wickman can provide some background on that.
Evening. So in terms of priority, Bearcat, sergeant position, officer position, about 300 and some $1,000.
Oh, between all three.
Yeah, between all three. So I brought up the officer position probably right after Uvalde in April. I spoke to Superintendent Byrd and Travis Aldrich, who's head of security. I said, what do you think about this? And they said, that's a great idea. Personally, I think we should have a police officer in every school in America. But hey, that's a tall task. It bothers me that kids can't go to school and worry about their safety. As I've already discussed the Bearcat, I think that's crucial because it's not, I hate to say this, not if something, that's when. Sergeant position, we have one sergeant right now. He's burned out. I'm not burned out, although I seem like I'm burned out. The reality is we're called on all the time. We've got 11 officers right now. Some of them are coming to 3 and 4 and 5 years tenure. And some of these guys are going to be good sergeants. I don't move anybody up until they're ready. I think that's very important. Our officers have been doing search warrants and arrest warrants. They've got a pretty good grasp of this. So in terms of moving them along, it's helped quite a bit. I'm going to have a sergeant's examination probably the next 6 weeks. And hopefully we can fill those 2 positions of sergeant to make 3, and then hopefully the 4th, because we have 2 squads. Sunday through Wednesday, Wednesday through Saturday. And having a sergeant on day shift and on night shift will give us good continuity. So it's a lot of whatever, but any questions? What's that?
Yes.
It's less
So-
than 3,000.
So the ask here, I mean, we were talking about an officer at Frisco Elementary, but that's one position and then a sergeant position being a second request. Is
Correct.
that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Correct. However,
Your priority is
Yeah,
Bearcat first.
sergeant,
Understood.
officer.
Other elementary schools in Summit County.
There's no officers in any of the schools. We have an officer in the high school and an officer in the middle school.
How do the moms and dads, like, how do the parents feel about putting an officer in their elementary school? I don't know how that's viewed.
I don't know how that, I don't know on that one, Andy. I don't know. I just personally think we should. I think we should do it in all our schools, but
No ask of.
no, there's not been an ask.
From
Nope,
us to do this.
nope.
From my understanding at the sheriff's department, there are 2 officers that actually are split between 4 schools. They also do spend time at the elementary schools that are in the unincorporated areas, which is Dillon Valley, at Cove. That is what Officer Finley told me.
Okay.
I'm totally in
Be fine.
agreement. We should have a police officer at every school in the United States. but we, have one school under our jurisdiction, and it should be incumbent upon us to provide whatever they need to put them there. And being from a parent who has a kid in that school, I would feel much more comfortable with a police officer there than, as opposed to not.
They have done some work on their security. You can't get in without a key. However, every time we walk around the school, they prop doors open. That's one of the things that Superintendent Bird and I talked about. We got to change the culture of the schools so that these people keep their damn doors shut and the windows locked.
Yeah.
But, the attitude of, and I'm probably speaking out of turn, but the attitude of it's not going to happen here. I just can't agree with that. Not that I'm,
I'd be more comfortable if we had a request from the school, whether it's the school district or the school itself. I don't think it's, and again, my view, whether we need one or not is not our decision. It's the decision of the school. I don't want to impose a police officer upon Frisco Elementary School. I'd prefer to respond to Frisco Elementary School's request for a police officer.
yeah,
I mean, would you be comfortable? Because I said, the same, I would like to know how the parents feel too. So I'm just wondering if do we put the question out there to them, or do we wait until they approach?
But well, we can go to them and say, if you request it,
Yeah, I'm just.
we're prepared to have the conversation, but they have to do what their process is.
Right.
This is not our political firestorm to have. This is theirs. It's ours to respond to.
What is the role or the capacity, or I don't know how to ask this question. You had mentioned the school district has a security person, people.
yeah, they have, yeah.
What is their role and are they at Frisco L
They are,
already?
they are on occasion. If they have a personnel issue, which we all do all the time, they're there. They're there for events. I think that's their two major roles.
So their scope is different than what we're kind of talking about and anticipating here.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm trying to figure out how to respectfully ask this question. In Uvalde, we saw some mistakes being made. And so I'm wondering about training for this particular situation. Is there additional training that needs to happen? Is like, if this were implemented?
So, yeah, we train 3 to 4 times a year on active shooters. That's the most critical thing we can do. If we have something go down, the first officer is going through the door. And we're gonna get there right away as well. I think that's I think that's the most important thing we can do. And in Uvalde, they stood there. It's a disgrace for our profession. Communication, we always discuss, search and seizure, that kind of stuff. But I think there's a lone wolf approach we have when an officer goes in alone. We have a dynamic of a diamond and all this other stuff. We have multiple officers going in, but we have trained our officers, we've trained with the other departments, so we're on board with that.
Is this position, would it be the same person in the school every day? So the kids are familiar with them, they have the lay of the land, or it's a position, but you're rotating through different officers?
I was thinking a month, but then someone from our staff said, well, why not 2 months? Because then they'll get to know the officer better. I mean, I'm flexible with that. I mean.
So that's your assigned duty for a month is what you're saying, and then you,
Yeah,
or 2 months,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, I mean, they can eat
Okay.
lunch with the kids.
Somebody different.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at.
We
It's,
have an officer that has been trained up. He's going to be a DARE instructor at the school this year. And that's about a 6-week program. So that's good. But the more we have FaceTime with the kids and the teachers, fantastic.
Yeah, there is definitely not the same stigma attached to police being in a school, in elementary school, as there is in high school. You know, because in high school, you have kids who might be going beyond what is legal. And in elementary school, we should be keeping everyone safe. Period.
I just know when Grace, my daughter, was at Frisco Elementary, you know, during her years there, the town had a CSO that would be there in a lot of times in the morning, but one of the biggest deals was at pickup. And the CSO officer would literally be in the crosswalk guiding children through. And I'm not trying to be mean to parents, but like the pickup day or time, like it is chaos in the parking lot. It is so overwhelming for kids and parents. But just having that CSO person there, it kept people cool. Cause they didn't, you know, that person was kind of guiding what goes on in that parking lot and how kids are coming and going from the building. And it was like, as a parent, I'm like, oh, thank God they're here today. Cause everyone's going to be cool, you know, like, because I mean, they look like a police officer, you know. I'm still, you know, I'm still thinking about all of this, but you know,
This year, we don't have that, and it makes a difference.
It
It's
does.
More chaos. And
Yeah, we have-
whenever it was great to have the presence there whenever we could, pick up or drop off.
Yeah, the,
It's by far.
we're still there in the
outweighs
morning.
Anything, you know, otherwise.
Yeah, we're still there in the
It's most
morning.
Stressful part of my day, like, well, now I go to Silverthorne Elementary, but I'm like, oh God, you know, cause I mean, people just don't look around. They're like, yeah, I gotta go, you know.
So in the, you're down how many officers?
Two.
Two?
Well, actually 4 with CSOs, but I'm gonna have a discussion with Don about him taking over the CSO positions. He needs that. He wants that.
So how does prioritization work?
What's that?
How does prioritization work if we've assigned an officer to the elementary school? And you're down an officer on what I would call regular duty? Who
Goes first?
goes first?
We're gonna keep the person in school. And we'll have the sergeants move. We were always flexible. I mean, we ran this department one summer with 5 officers. No one even knew that in this town. We put out decoy cars. We do all this other stuff that people think, well, there are a lot of cops. We had a interesting point. We had a Citizens of Police Academy. I said to the folks, how many officers do you think we have in Frisco? This is funny. 50. My God, 50. What a treat. We only got like 45 in the whole county. But it's how you move people around. So if we have the officer will be in the school.
My view is if the school, and we can approach the school, but whether we put it in the budget contingent upon a request from the school, I just think that as with anything in elementary schools, the minute you.
You know, that's a hell of a thing, Andy. I never even thought about that. We should ask them. We haven't talked to the parents. I've just talked to the superintendent and head of security.
If they're willing to send us a letter requesting the police so that when half the parents say you've made my school a war zone and you've scared my child, and I'm not advocating for that position, but that some will have it. That we can say, no, we are responding to a request. from the
Exactly.
school.
Exactly.
And I appreciate your prioritization and that officer will be at the school, but if we approve this and we've now committed and promised to something that's been requested, and then two days a week, that officer's not in the school and something happens, like, if we're gonna do it, we have to be all in and it has to be consistent. It has to be a priority because we can't just piecemeal this.
You're right.
It has to be more than the impacts of the staffing shortage, because I would hate for that Friday to be the day, right? When the officer's not there and they were supposed to be, and whatever happens. I support the contingent, request by the school as well.
That's awesome, because at least we're discussing it. I can tell you that there's thousands of elementary schools that they have nobody. So thank you.
Rick,
I'll officially say I hate this topic.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's,
just-
I,
it's
every time,
reality.
yeah.
Reality, it just has to be acknowledged as a very
Yeah.
sad reality.
Very sad reality. Rick, you want to weigh in here?
I think I think that's, Andy, that was a really nice insight. I support it with the request from the school. That makes complete sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we have the chief here. Did you want to have any discussion about the Linco Bearcat?
Sure. So where we left it was come back to us and we can have this conversation at budget time. I shared with staff, where I have come around on this. I know that Hunter has, and I'm sure all of you got asked the same question because it was on this slide, previous to this meeting, but I guess it wasn't clear from my perspective. And since I'm sitting in this chair, then I get to ask all you again, whether or not we were all in on this, or if there were some other, like I know Rick had mentioned, for example, like come back and let us know if you find grants, or I think from my perspective, where I'm at right now is like, I don't see the need for just 2 towns. I think it's broader than this. And if we're really going to go all in on this piece of equipment that, and I hate to say it, but there's this perception issue, right? Like the same thing with having an officer in an elementary school, there's this perception out there. And I would rather that all of the communities be a part of that perception and that movement than just 2 off, because 2 off makes it seem more dramatic and perhaps, I don't know, in my mind still, well, I won't say that. So that's where I'm at. So I'd like to just kind of hear from everybody at this point where we're at. And if it's thumbs up, let's go, then let's give staff some direction. But if it's not, now's the time.
What, are there any other pieces of equipment in our community or in the county, in other departments or places that are similar to the Bearcat?
Oh, there's a peacekeeper that's an old rundown piece of stuff that the sheriffs have that doesn't run half the time, that doesn't stop the 308 or the 30-06. It's a poor piece of equipment and it doesn't run half the time. And that's all we have. Now there's the MRAP in Clear Creek County, but that's over the pass. There is nothing in Eagle, Park, or Lake, or Grand.
And I was kind of trying to remember some of the things we talked about a couple of weeks ago about how this piece of equipment might be useful in like wildfire, avalanche kind of rescue things. Could you talk a little bit more? I just don't remember.
So the vehicle weighs 17,555 pounds. It can drive through 3 feet of snow, probably 4 feet of snow, without having to plow it in front of it. For instance, the troublesome fire over in Grand County, our officers drove through fire. I mean, to help, these guys they got Huevos. However, it's not safe. The situation up at the 195 when we had a 30 car pileup, we had, I don't know, 30 some people that needed to be put into a stage bus. That took 2 hours to get them up there. This thing could have gone up there and put 12 in right away and got them into the hotel. We got them into Copper. But I want to clear this up because I talked to Rick about this earlier in the week. We're going to go anywhere in this county to help anybody. And we'll go outside of the county to help people if they need help. Like we could have used this at Granby. We could have smashed that damn tank that this guy built. We could have used it at Granby when the guy took the woman hostage and killed her. So it can be used for a lot of things, but I think what you're getting at here is natural disasters and moving people. Whether you have to move officers into a situation or get people out of a situation.
I mean, I support you. I just, I've been having a lot of conversations in the, public. And so, I want to be able to share as much of what you have in your brain, you know, about this piece of equipment
Yeah,
with
it's
other folks.
right.
Just to kind of express the need.
You know, when you're moving from one building to the next, or moving from your car to the front of a building and someone's firing at you, it would be nice to have a thing that could just pull you right up there. And those things just bounce off. That'd be great. We've taken so many risks in our careers with this stuff that we're lucky. Back to your point about the other agencies and, you know, their lack of participation. This all started because an individual did not want to be part of the SWAT team. And then another chief followed suit. And then I thought we had Chief Minor involved. And I don't know his discussion with Manager Highland. I'm not sure what happened there. But I think this is critical. I think that once we get this thing and we start using this and we do some really good stuff, they'll get on board.
I'm sorry that I have to ask this very direct question, but recognizing the relationships amongst the chiefs and the sheriff, has anyone actually directly made the ask of the other two? Or are we just making an assumption right now that they are not on board?
I've asked them directly.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Once let's assume we buy in. What does their buying in look like? Meaning you said, once we get it and we have it, you said the other jurisdictions will buy in.
Well, it's kind of like what you said the last meeting. Are we going to charge them?
Yeah.
Well, I'm as dumb as a board on that one, but you would think that if we, for instance, we go down to Silverthorne, and we handle a situation, and that proves invaluable. You would think that the chief and the town manager would go, yeah, this is valuable. Let's coffer up some money. You would think. I mean, that's logical to me. But I don't know.
I think I do. They'll say thank you. They'll send a thank you note.
Yeah.
Sure, but just like search and rescue and just how it used to be where if you had your fishing license, it was insurance for search and rescue. Otherwise, if you have to get plucked off the side of a mountain with a helicopter, you're getting a bill later.
Yeah.
And so very easily, we can deploy our equipment and then issue a bill for them using our equipment or us having to use our equipment for their situation, no problem. Like bills go out. As soon as that thing goes out, if it's not in Frisco, there's a bill going out with it. Or at least after, when you've determined what has been done. But I don't see anybody after the fact like saying, oh, well, let's kick in for the cost of the vehicle and the rest of that, unless they were doing that up front. That's my view.
Good point.
I agree that
And with that,
I'm on board with get it.
yeah.
And let all of our neighboring jurisdictions know that they're welcome to buy in now, or it's $10,000 per call out, whatever the number is.
Yeah, maybe we should figure out like what that would like, I mean, for lack of better words, a fee structure of it, you know, different counties or different towns or, you know, if something on I-70 or we're going to Granby or I don't know. I don't know if that's an essential piece of this, but it might be a good idea to know exactly what we would do.
That is a conversation to get buy-in.
Yeah.
You know, we will be there for you. We want to help you. We want for you to be our partners buying it, but if you're not willing to do that, then there's a fee associated with calling us and say, please, can we borrow it?
Jesse, I want to be clear on your question of me. When you said, have you asked the chiefs? Were you asking if I have asked them to be part of the SWAT team, the MERT team, or have I asked them
No, I
specifically
think that
about?
ship has sailed, right? The Bearcat.
I have not.
Okay.
I can. I will.
I mean, I guess, again, that's just where I'm at is, you know, if we we have a general philosophy and a commitment to our other communities, and while not everyone, is perhaps on the same page in terms of how we operate, we're gonna be there for each other. And so I don't know why we would sit here and be like, we're gonna go all in with Dylan if we haven't even made the ask
With the other.
with the other chiefs and the sheriff.
Well, the Silverthorne, who are supposed to be part of our team, they're not doing it. It's very disappointing. So I'll ask Chief Baird and Sheriff Fitzsimons if they're willing to go in on this.
And perhaps the answer is straight up no, and that's fine, but we would be remiss to not make the ask.
Okay. Absolutely.
So. I was gonna go down the yes or no line, but I'm not, but. Okay, so you're supportive of having it in the budget, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, I am not unless everyone's on board, everyone meaning chiefs and sheriff. We'll come back to you, Lisa.
Okay, thank you.
Liz,
I'm a yes.
okay,
I'm in support, and if that comes with the bill for using it
okay,
every time.
Rick,
So on this one, I think it's important to, I definitely want to ask the other jurisdictions where we're at. Tom and I did talk about this earlier in the week, and what we're trying to do is provide a tool for the entirety of our community, meaning the county. And this would hopefully be an opportunity for all the agencies to start come together on a piece of equipment, which will hopefully lead to greater operational coordination would be my ultimate goal. So with that, yeah, we have to ask the question, and once that's asked, I'm in support.
okay. Right, you have a tie.
Would it be worth like talking to like search and rescue or fire departments or other entities as well? Not that I know they don't necessarily have. I know like search and rescue, I don't know how much money they actually have, but I'm just curious of what their potential pre-buy-in could be.
The fire departments and search and rescue have the most beautiful equipment in the world in this county. Phenomenal equipment. If we could supplement them, we would. But they've got such good equipment. I don't know if they'll need us, but we're there for them.
Because Rick, Lisa and I,
Are qualified yeses, right?
Right.
we want the, request of other jurisdictions.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's a reasonable
Okay.
position of
Okay,
not, it's not yet,
okay,
but yes, if we get there.
all right. Okay,
As far as a preliminary number in the budget, would you like that number to be half of that lease amount or a third?
For a third.
Just double checking. That's what was in
That was
the-
the ask that was on the table.
mhm.
Oh, Silverthorne dropped.
I thought they said at the meeting whatever meeting at last week or last time. Dylan said, no, they're still just asking us for a third, unless I misheard.
Yeah, until John talked to Highland and they said no. And they're part of the team.
Yeah, but they have to convince their board to.
I think they're on a
put
2-year cycle
money.
budget too, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we keep in the full amount
Cycle on their
of this
budgets.
piece of equipment, and we recoup it by charging to use it.
Sorry, I just wanted something new.
Actually went off of that during COVID, but they might be back on it. But
Mhm.
yeah, we could not enjoy this every year.
Right?
Exchange of the
Okay,
year.
so I think the direction is let's go make the ask. And then
Absolutely.
let's get preliminary number. Okay. All right. What else do you want to talk about that's not on this slide?
have anything else, and look, it's not even 6 o'clock yet.
Oh.
I guess I just will thank you again for the time commitment. I know that this is a lot, and honestly, thank you to the people that are listening online. That's a big commitment of the public as well. So also appreciated for that involvement, and we will come back to you on October 11th, provide you some additional information as requested, and then also present for first reading a proposed budget based upon all this feedback. So thank you.
Thank you. So we are on a break until 7. Enjoy your dinner. Everyone's gonna cook.
Just so you know, I may have hot mics going through dinner because I'm gonna try and fix this mic.
Okay.
So what I really was wondering what was going on is somebody's computer has their sound on, and that's what I was trying to say.
So somebody.
I think so. Not, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Good job.
Well, I think I felt some pressure at the beginning, apparently on time, and maybe I should have slowed it down. Took your time, but that's good.
Our break right now. Thank you. Bye.
Names the subject.
Yeah, we're now hot mic'd. I'm gonna go upstairs. I'll
Thanks,
have
we
my
got
phone
that
and I'll turn
okay.
it.
Is Rick second, he stopped by.
Yet, you should eat.
Yeah, thank you.
Or-
Thank you very much.
What's that? Yeah, that's a choice.
Yeah, gazebo. I've been checking up.
Kind of your baby, isn't it?
Well, you know. Not really, but
That's not what I heard.
I like what he's doing. I like how he's doing it, so that's good.
He works magic with wood. That guy is amazing.
To hire that guy.
He's been around for 18 years.
He has for the town? Wow.
He designed, and built all the parkways with help and land. He designed and built that whole project. Yeah, pretty much there. Yeah. Right. No, I didn't, yeah. I'm extremely fortunate to have the people that I have on my team. Wood decks on.
What are the?
I've heard it several.
Right. Yeah, so, yeah, we're taking our parking spaces to
Yes.
seating space. And that really it came on before COVID from Norris.
Yeah, we did a experimental, in front of, Lock Cabin
Yep.
was the first place they went.
Hi, Joe. I'm on my phone.
Experiment that Joyce found okay. I think it was up in.
Say a few words.
I am upstairs doing a test from my phone. Can you hear me?
Sounds clean to me. I don't hear an echo.
You're not getting an echo off of mine?
What do we do?
No.
Okay. Maybe you can ask Rick to unmute himself and see if you hear his echo.
They've.
Hello.
Hi, Rick.
About it on Main
Hey,
Street.
I don't hear any echo at all,
And,
gang.
Maybe they've played their time a little.
Hear an echo?
I think
No.
somehow
Joe, are you hearing an echo?
extra seating. I mean, otherwise, everybody sits at Elizabeth's coffee shop.
I'm not sure what to compare it to, but there's a consensus that there's no echo now, so that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that means that what I did was I changed the volume of the microphone at
Yeah.
the Zoom PC to lower. And
Yeah.
then I increased the volume of the speakers
You know,
on the
then
dais
we
and in
also
the
have, like,
audience. And if there's no echo, that's great. We're done.
Yeah, no, I think that definitely worked.
or do we-
I don't hear an echo and nobody else does, so.
Oh, really? Okay.
Great,
And
that's-
test, time to eat.
All right, please hit the mute button on the Zoom and I will be back downstairs.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, it is 7 and I'm unmuted. You're welcome.
We will now call the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council, September 27th at 7 o'clock to order. We did the roll call already, so we will open with public comments. Any citizens wishing to make public comments tonight can come to the podium, state their name and address. You'll have 3 minutes for comments, and we'd like to limit this to to public comments on items not on this evening's agenda. So I would invite anyone who's here for anything not on the agenda.
If you are online and wish to make a comment, please raise your hand.
To clarify, if you have public comment on short-term rentals, you wait until that item.
Yep, thank you. All right, seeing none. We will close public comment and move on to mayor and council comments. Seeing no mayor and council comments. Yeah, please.
Council comment. I just wanted to thank Leslie Edwards and Dylan and everyone that worked on the budget report that we just went through. Thanks for your work.
Thank you for that. Are there any staff updates beyond what's in the packet? Nope. Great. So the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second. Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Aronson and seconded by Councilmember Helenko. Well, the question, please.
Mortensen absent, Aronson,
Yes.
Burley, Held,
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Thank you. Helenko,
Yes.
Scripsack, Adrian.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move on to new business agenda item number 1. This is a hearing on the resolution to opt out of Colorado FAMLI paid leave program. I'll turn it over to staff.
Great. Thank you very much, town council members, for having us this evening. Leslie Edwards, the finance director, Laura Early with IMA and which is also our benefit broker. And then myself, the HR director, are here this evening to propose that council approve the resolution to opt out of the state-run family medical leave program, also known as FAMLY. Laura is joining us this evening via Zoom in the event of any questions on the family program. Hello, Laura.
Hello.
As you all recall, at our last meeting on September 13th, we spoke with you about the option and the reasons to opt out of the state-run family medical leave program in favor of a private plan or researching a private plan. As Laura is well-versed in the family program, she presented the options in the plan to all of you. After the leave presentation on September 13th, council supported staff recommendation to opt out of the family program, as well as supported staff's recommendation to consider further analysis of the current town leave benefits and potentially adjust to better align with the family program. Based on the support from council, on September 14th, a notice of a public hearing was emailed to all active town employees and posted appropriately on the website and the council agenda. This notice provided the history of the family option, the town's current leave program, and staff recommendations. At tonight's meeting, we ask council to approve the resolution that is in your packet.
Questions for staff? Okay. All right. Then I will open it up for public comments. Any public comments on this issue? What? No? Anyone online, Deborah?
Ready online.
Then I will close the public comments and turn it over for council discussion and perhaps a motion.
I move that we approve agenda item number 1, the resolution to opt out of the Colorado Family Paid Leave Program.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Aronson and seconded by Councilmember Held. May I have the question, please?
Certainly. Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Helenko, Scripsack, Adrian,
Yes.
Mortensen absent.
Thank you. Great, that was very much.
Thank you, Laura.
Yes, thank you for being on the call.
Of course. Bye-bye. Thank you.
We'll now move on to agenda item number 2. This is the first reading of ordinance 22-10, an ordinance amending the code of ordinances of the town of Frisco, Colorado by amending chapter 110 concerning licensing of businesses at sections 110-38 concerning the requirement for a short-term rental license, and 110-39 concerning short-term rental license application, term renewal, and non-transferability, all in order to establish a limit on the total number of short-term rental licenses issued by the town. I will now open the public hearing and we will have our staff report.
Hi, good evening, members of council. So based on council's feedback, we did draft an ordinance to amend the short-term rental regulations. If approved, it would limit the total number of short-term rental licenses that can be issued within town boundaries to 25% of the total residential housing stock. We have 3,600 units in the town, so that would allow for a maximum number of 900 short-term rental licenses in Frisco. Since that is a percentage, of course, that number can change. It can increase and decrease along with our housing stock. The ordinance that we've drafted exempts anyone who applied for a building permit for new residential construction, as well as anyone who is under contract to purchase a residential home or goes under contract by October 11th. There are also several other exemptions listed in the ordinance that are proposed to be applied to the transferability of a short-term rental license. That was based on council's feedback at our last meeting. And those are basically copy and pasted from the REEF code language. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions for staff? Okay. Then I will open the public hearing. Again, please state your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes. But now is your opportunity for the short-term rental commentary.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Pastorini. I'm in Mountainside D117. Can you hear me?
We can, and we apologize for the echo, but it seems to be happening with everybody. So just go ahead and proceed.
No problem. I do have a couple of questions. If you guys are limiting it to 25% of the total housing stock, what is it currently at?
We're currently at just over 22% of the housing stock. So we have issued around 807 short-term rental licenses currently.
So you're trying to cap that at the approximate, a few numbers above that. So how will this affect the current short-term rental licensing folks that are currently have a license and want to continue a license?
So yeah, we'll go ahead and let staff go answer these for clarity. Go ahead.
So it won't affect the current license holders. They can continue having their short-term rental license. They will have to continue applying for renewal in April every year, as they have already been doing. And as long as they're still eligible, they will still receive another short-term rental license at renewal.
Thank you.
Sure.
Stephanie, do you have any comments on the matter?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is obviously if you guys are trying to limit it, I understand that. The question I guess I have is, you know, with limited ability for short-term rentals, I guess what is the main focus? Is it to eliminate, what are you trying as the town of Frisco trying to accomplish with capping a number?
So I think the discussions that this council has had over the past couple of months has been to try and strike a balance between short-term rentals and long-term workforce. And we felt like the percentage allowed for a little bit of growth, and we increased that percentage based on some information we received at our previous meeting. So I think, and if other council members want to weigh in beyond that, go ahead.
I'll weigh in when you have council comments.
Great, thank you. All right, are there other comments? Please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
It's Margaret Zayden. I live in Denver, so we're working on a project here in town. So if the idea of that is to save some properties for workforce housing, wouldn't you consider that there's a difference in the quality of the housing and the investment that people make? They're not necessarily willing to reduce the cost. And
So-
isn't part of Frisco's motivation also to provide tourism and provide accessibility to accommodation?
Yeah, so this time is for public comment, so we'll invite you to make a comment and then we can answer those questions during council discussion.
Great.
Are there other comments on the matter?
Can Zoom people comment? My name's Kate. Oh, is someone else going?
Deborah will mute it.
Yes, I will.
My name's Kate Marone. My property is 1 Miners Creek. I don't believe that you should be limiting private property rights. I don't think there should be any limit on short-term rental licenses. I believe that when a homeowner purchases their property, they receive a bundle of rights and you're taking away a right that they have. In a different example, in a deed restricted property, someone purchases a property and for some sort of consideration or trade, they give up one of their sticks in their bundle of rights in order for the deed restricted example, for a lesser priced property. When homeowners purchase their property, they don't give up rights unless they sign a deed restriction. So I believe that their property comes with all of the private property rights. And I believe you are taking those rights from homeowners. I've been to several meetings. I've heard many times people say, we don't want to do anything that makes it harder for locals. I think taking away homeownership rights makes it harder for locals. When you take away their ability to earn income by renting out a room in their property or by renting their property when they go visit family for Christmas, you're taking away income and you're making it harder for locals. I also think you're making it harder for locals because when they go to sell, their pool of buyers is going to be reduced and the demand for their property is going to be reduced because they have now a restriction that applies to their property. So I do think you are making it harder for local homeowners. I understand there's a housing shortage, there's a housing crisis, but I don't understand how short-term rentals and housing for locals are related. I don't believe it's the same property type. I don't believe that someone who rents their property short-term is going to all of a sudden stop coming skiing and put 6 people and 3 dogs in their property for 12 months at a time. That's not their objective. It's a vacation property that they rent when they're not using it, and it's not going to be converted to a long-term rental property. I've also heard comments where council members have said the last thing that we want is more vacant homes. And unfortunately, I think that's exactly what you're going to get. Right now, we have a type of second homeowner that needs or wants rental income to offset their costs. Those people, this is going to shift and we're going to get a type of second homeowner that does not need that income at all. The cash buyers are going to move in and the Denver families are going to move out. The houses are going to be locked up 50 weeks a year. They're going to be empty and dark, and we will have no one here spending money in our local economy. And that's going to be a problem. Again, I don't understand how restricting short-term rentals is going to benefit us. It's going to restrict the amount of tourism income coming into our town, and how do less visitors, how is that going to help local servers and local bartenders? I just don't understand how we're helping locals. I've been here 15 years. I still like our town. I love being here, but I hear people say that we're losing some of our town character, or that this is one of the reasons we're doing this is to preserve town character. I don't understand why second homeowners are getting blamed. If too many people are coming, then that's something we should address. But why is it the second homeowner's fault? That's what I don't understand. I just have a few notes here. Let me see.
You have about 20 more seconds, and I don't want to just cut anybody off. I do want to give everybody their 3 minutes. So
Okay.
I will keep it to
Thank
that.
you for the considerations you've made regarding arm's length transactions versus things like quick claims.
under contracts, the under construction stuff. With the information we learned about the New Orleans and the local owned or resident occupied exemption that we were trying to go towards, it sounds like that exempt license can't happen anymore. But my understanding is we're trying to carve out a group that we wanted to help, we're trying to help locals afford to live here. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't take away their right to do rentals, meaning a room in their house or while they're on vacation. So we determined that we can't carve them out. So now they're lumped in with everybody else. So I don't understand why we're still moving forward on this path. Because if we said that we only want to do this if we can protect the locals' ability to still rent their property, but now we can't carve them out and they have to go back in, then why are we moving forward at all? That's concerning to me. I think it's a direct contradiction of when the council says that they're not wanting to make it harder for locals. Now, locals can't be a separate license type. So now why are we still going down this path? My only other question is, instead of, maybe I missed this, I've been to several meetings, but maybe we already talked about this and I missed it. Instead of limiting the number of licenses, one council member was saying, I would feel badly if there was a local who wanted to rent and they were behind line in the waiting list behind a bunch of second homeowners. Have we talked about letting everyone have a license and there's just a cap on the number of days each license can rent as opposed to capping the number of licenses? Everybody can have a license. Nobody can rent more than 140 days. Some number that makes sense. That way a local could still get a license as opposed to being stuck on a waiting list behind a bunch of other people.
Thank you, Kate. I'm gonna, thank you very much for your comments. Deborah, we have an interesting.
Do if you're ready for that one.
Oh, sorry, I just meant that screen over here is doing something funny. Yeah, okay, just calling that out. Okay,
Thank you.
we'll take the comment from online.
Laura, I've asked you to unmute.
Thanks, sorry, I had to unmute. My name is Laura Carden. I live at 33 Brook Avenue in Silverthorne, and my office is on 5 Main Street. One of my comments is that I agree with the property rights issue, and I think that if we're trying to make locals housing affordable for locals, if you're building things for $1,200 a square foot or $1,200 to $1,500 a square foot, when you don't have a short-term license involved in that, that becomes vacant. So that's one comment I have. Another comment I have is that I would love to see, like, if
Laura, I don't mean to cut you off, but could you, when you're talking into your microphone, we can hear you, but when you look off screen, it's difficult to hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Just one second. I read in one of the bills, I read one of the considerations was not having a limit to whether or not you're, like, if you're no use it or lose it clause. And that just allows people to buy up or take up all the short-term rental license that would be available. So I think that you need to have fees. If you do go the short-term rental limit route, you need to have a way for those licenses that are not being used to be renewed. And I've also been hearing comments from builders that want to build affordable units and they just need parking spaces. So I'm wondering if there's other options that would solve the problem in a better manner than restricting short-term rentals. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Other comments on the matter? Yep, go ahead.
Hey, I apologize. I just walked in and I thought you guys were starting at 7:20. So if I'm repeating myself, just tell me to go away.
Say is there's a lot of people, so we're gonna try and keep it
Okay,
to 3
gotcha.
minutes, that's all.
Okay, wondering if you guys are doing anything about like Main Street, Frisco, like will those properties be exempt? Like the downtown core? That a thing, is that a consideration? And also, I know you're talking about developments that are underway, but how about developments that have been approved but haven't started yet? You know, that have been approved that maybe have been in the works for a few years. Those are two concerns.
So, yeah, so we'll take your questions and try to answer them during staff discussion. But we'll leave this for public comment. So if you have just a comment to say, then we'll take that too. But if you have questions, we'll try to answer it during the staff discussion.
Okay.
And could we get name and address?
Yes, I'm sorry. And
My
your
name
name
is Michelle Hart and I live in unincorporated Summit County.
Thank you.
Okay,
Great,
thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mary Waldman, 261 North 6th Avenue. While the cap is being increased from 22 to 25% to allow for local licenses that are no longer exempt, we could argue that there may be a run on licenses by locals scooping them up, or even just existing second homeowners to simply as a placeholder. Do we want to go into the discussion of potential impact of a run on the bank that may happen with the new ordinance? Stressing that the cap is likely to be met far quicker than anticipated, because I've talked to so many people, realtors, even council members from other towns, they've grabbed up licenses. And so with all that in mind, we would ask that the license number be evaluated on a monthly basis. I think that as a property manager and a second homeowner renting and whatnot, this is coming no matter what. And there are a lot of good reasons, pro and cons. But I think what I am encouraged by your town council here in Frisco is that you are open to changes, open to correct if it's not working. More so than any, I hear from any of the other council chambers. So I ask that these numbers be evaluated on a monthly basis to see if there really is a run on the licenses. You would ask that the 25% number be flexible if it's needed to allow for more room for local licenses, potentially up to 30%. Andy, you brought up 30%, and I think that's very reasonable. It's in line with the saturation with the rest of the county. Considering Breckenridge, all the towns considered, we run about 33%. 33% rentals, 33% local housing, 33% second homeowners who don't rent. I'd ask that these numbers be evaluated on a set schedule, monthly, biannually, annually, TBD as reasonable that you consider to be possible in order to address the changing economic conditions. No 2 season is ever the same, no 2 years ever the same. This time last year, we were raising winter rates. We were jacking up New Year prices, January prices, February prices, and people were still booking. Right now, we're very concerned. The demand that we saw last year for advanced booking, it just simply is not here. People don't have to come to the mountains anymore. They can go anywhere in the world. So the economic tracking of dollars, I think, is going to be very critical for you to take advantage of that 5% excise tax you just passed. License use patterns should also be evaluated, which would allow for some adjustment based on placeholder licenses. Blue River, Town of Blue River just instituted a use it or lose it. You have to prove 10 days of rental, 10 nights rental, otherwise you lose your license. I realize they only have 175 licenses. We have 800, and it is an extra burden on the staff. But I seriously ask that you give it a good discussion or monitor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I cannot figure out how to turn that off at the end. I apologize, you guys. Thank you for your comments, Mary.
We do have one online as well.
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, we'll get to the internet or the Zoom in just a second.
123 Rose Crown Circle. What again, I find fascinating is we aren't hearing from any residents. What we're hearing from our property management who have a financial interest and realtors who have a financial interest. I don't want to live next door to an animal house. And I've seen it. For me, it's not about long-term rental because guess what? This isn't going to get to workforce housing. I didn't mean long-term rental workforce housing. This is about community character. Community character. Look at the survey done by the county. What they got a record number of responses, and across the board, everybody saw it as a negative. We have yet to even get close to 25%, and everybody's scaremongering. Oh my God, we're gonna run out. We're gonna run out, even after the run-up when we threatened to have a moratorium for a while, and a flood came in. And we still aren't even close to 25, and you guys can change it at any time, and everybody wants to make it 100%. Can you make it 150%? Because I'm pretty sure that would even be better for us. Let's keep in mind the full-time residents who vote here, who do business here, who spend our money here, and who don't want to live next to an animal house. And everybody says, well, that doesn't happen. Until it does, and I've seen it happen, pig roast in the backyard and all of that. And I didn't buy a piece of property here to live next to that. If that's what I wanted, I would have gone and found a place to live next to a crazy situation. And I disagree that there's any financial impact or any limits. As was already been mentioned, the economy goes up, it goes down. So it's down, oh my gosh, we don't have enough rentals. When it was up, they were charging outrageous rates. It floats. And all our businesses are saying, both our businesses are on the council are saying, I can't even get workers. So having more customers is not the answer to the problem. I'll relinquish the remainder of my 3 minutes.
Thank you, David. All right, let's take Mac from online, and Laura, your hand is back up again, but we took comment already. So we don't typically circle back for people.
I would like to make a quick, this is Stephanie Pastore in 620 Bills Ranch Road. I'd like to make a couple quick comments. I do believe the issue resides in the need to build more affordable housing. I know that's one of the main concerns. I do believe if you cap rentals, I do believe that there's a number. I don't know what that number exactly looks like, but I do believe that if you take away a certain percentage that those second homes will be vacant. I don't want to disregard people that do live there. I personally keep up a very high-end unit to make sure I rent at a high amount to then pay those taxes to the town, which the town also benefits from. And I think that is a responsibility to make sure that I remain, and those who have the short-term rentals remain in a higher state to keep riffraff out. I think that there will be significant less tourism, and that would considerably create a loss for the town's business, which is, I believe, is a concern. I've seen it because I've lived up there for a number of years, and I've had a second home up there for a number of years, and I've seen the transition over time. I think that the second homeowners are not the issue. I do believe that you have to look at those who have the short-term rentals. How many do they have? If they only have one, or if they have 10 or more, I think that could be the potential problem. And I think you need to specifically look at the licenses. Who has the licenses, and are they actually utilizing them? Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments on the matter?
Hey guys, Steve Fisher, President, Summit Realtors. A lot of good comments, and first I just want to say thank you for having a nice dialogue with everybody. This is a tough subject for everyone, and everybody's got a lot of heart in it, and you guys have been handling it nicely. First and foremost, I think, to the chagrin of the gentleman, 25% cap is a little bit low, as Mary pointed out, some great points that a 30% cap would be a very nice balance for what you guys have for locals and allow for the economic value of visitors in this town. Our members would be happy to know that the meaningful conversations that we've had with each of you guys and collectively has produced this town to allow for contracts to obtain a license, people who are under contract now, and new construction items. Like Michelle Hart mentioned, it would behoove you to at least consider new properties that haven't been constructed yet that are on deck for permits to be allowed into this cap. We're very pleased that you guys were at least considerate of the transferability of LLCs for certain circumstances. So just wanted to say thank you very much for listening to us for that. Again, as realtors, we're here to solve problems and we're here to work with you. We're not anti-workforce housing. We're not anti-neighborhoods. We're here to help work with you guys on constructive solutions that allow for town character to, remain what it is that everybody moved here for, but also allow for sustainability for moving forward for future economic growth. So just want to say thanks, and hopefully we can continue to work together and find a solution that makes sense for everybody.
Thank you, Steve. We will go to Karen online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Kim.
Okay, I'm Karen Mathis. I live in unincorporated Summit County. I wanted to comment that I agree with the folks who have said 25% is perhaps a little bit of a lower number. I would urge a reconsideration of that number. I should also say I'm in real estate, so that's something you should know. Also, I think the impact of the actions being taken around the area, it's mixed. I think, it's great that we're addressing this and looking at this. I compliment the town of Frisco for taking this public input, looking at this issue in a thoughtful way. And I think it's a multiple pronged approach and not just a one-sided solution. There are a lot of people in the service industry this could hurt. I also feel the last thing I would comment on is that one of our speakers referenced the towns or the county survey. As a former marketing professional and research professional, that survey was done by a member of the county, not a research company or a research professional. And you all know as well as I do, you can ask a question a certain way and elicit a certain response. So I would really invite the county or any other research done on this matter to be done by a professional firm. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Karen. Other comments?
Not seeing anybody else.
In the room? Okay, we will close the public comment portion of this hearing and return to council discussion. I did hear a couple of questions that I think we can help answer. One question from Lauren online was, or from Lauren here in the room was, do we have exemptions for Main Street? I think the pretty simple and clear answer is no, we do not. I didn't quite.
It's worth noting, we did have conversation along the path of zones in different ways, and so it has been discussed, but it wasn't viewed as something in the code.
It was viewed as overly complicated, I believe. That actually might have been the only one that I jotted down. Other council discussion, comments? Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. I still fall in the place of, first, what's the goal? Is the goal to create more workforce housing? I don't think this is remotely getting us there. If the goal is creating stronger community, I personally believe this is going to create some more vacant homes than it will, do anything for our community. So, with that, I would also say it's now come up many times from industry and beyond and the county that, 30% is probably the level. And, the fact that we're rushing into this at 25, and I appreciate coming up, Danelle, just because of the situation with the local, as you were saying the last time, that was kind of the more exciting part of this thing, was that we were going to be able to allow locals to be able to rent their place out, and they wouldn't have to get in the back of the line, essentially, right? Some of the things that do concern me a lot are like, who holds 10 or more short-term rental licenses in this town? And yeah, everybody else should be able to get in there 1 or 2 before, and there should be some sort of restriction. I don't know what that would be. But this was just concerning to me as I heard that. Follow the data. I don't necessarily believe that we have fully scrutinized all of this data to end up where we are right now. That's how I feel. I was also for more overly complicated zones too. Just because the downtown core is different than the residential areas, that's different than my PUD that I live in, and so, and it's different than Dave lives in the reserve. But that's basically it. So, as it's written right now, I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
We're just gonna.
Sure, just jump in. Go ahead.
You go first. You want me to go first? Okay. So, I feel strongly about this because I do believe that we need to preserve our neighborhoods. Unfortunately, they don't show up at meetings like the property managers and the realtors do, but there are a lot of people very unhappy, as David had mentioned, with having the short-term rentals next to them, because some people might be very careful in who they rent to and how they monitor it, but others are not. And so I am concerned about our neighborhoods. I think that our economy is pretty robust right now, and we don't have the workforce to support it as it is right now. So bringing in more tourists could just result in more tourists being frustrated that restaurants are closed, that they have shortened hours, that they can't seat them for an hour and a half, that stores are closing or shortening their hours. I think I don't think that bringing in more tourists should be our goal in deciding this. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah,
through my
no,
list.
please.
Okay.
Your time.
I also think, we have lower reservations this year. We're coming up on what they're telling us the economy is going to get worse, and comparing to last year is not fair. Business owners are not comparing to last year or the year before. We're comparing to 2019 because that's the last reasonable year to make a comparison. 20 and 21 were outliers, and we just can't look at those. I'm sorry. There won't be fewer tourists by putting a cap on this. We're still allowing for some growth, so there will still be more tourists than there are now. And we're not totally able to serve them right now because we don't have the workers. So I am very much in favor in capping it at 25 and trying to work on getting our community back to being able to serve the people that we're inviting here.
Thank you, Lisa. And just a reminder, let's make sure we're talking
Oh,
into the
I'm
mic so
sorry.
people
Yeah,
online
I'm
can hear
sorry.
us. Liz? Andrew?
I just, I think there's been a lot of effort in every way to get where we are. And I think people have been very considerate. Everybody has spent a lot of time in meetings and analyzing data, having conversations, meeting up with people, emails. I think this is a collaborative thing. Our community has been a part of this, and I feel really proud of that. And we have included as much of their voice as we can. And I feel like a 25% cap is a good starting point, and it can change, it can go up, it can go down. But I think going to what Lisa had said, there's just, and I'm not thinking that this cap is going to create workforce housing. That's not how I'm looking at it at all. I look at it as a balance between community and visitors, and also the fact that a lot of businesses cannot accommodate the amount of guests. We just don't have the staff. Someday I would love that if I could accommodate every single guest the way I used to. But I don't look at this as creating workforce housing. That's the last thing that I think about. I think about this as a balance of our community. And I think that, you know, this isn't a permanent thing, and it does allow some growth. We do have like 100 more license or so that, you know, and then, you know, we've tried to implement ideas for primary resident or, you know, licenses, but that didn't work out. We've had a lot of conversations about zones and districts. We've spent so much time on this, and I feel like at some point we have to make some sort of step towards the balancing of in our community. You know, I walked the streets of Frisco recently, and I walked through all these neighborhoods and places where I remember workforce living, and they don't live there anymore. And I lost count. I've been here a long time, and I can remember where people used to live. And I remember going to their houses for events, and no workforce lives there, or it's been scraped, or it doesn't exist anymore. And that's part of progress and how a community develops and grows. But I do feel like some of the short-term rental as an added bonus to buying real estate has really offset a lot of different ways that housing used to function in our community. So I support this as a preliminary step. Thank you.
At the risk of being redundant, I first want to compliment staff. The amount of time and the amount of data and the amount of reports that were longer than my attention span, but important to read and understand, was huge. So having you here has made a big difference in this conversation. So thank you. And for me, it's also all about community character. I go back to, in my little framework is a little 10-unit townhouse community that when you have 1 or 2 STRs in it, and they're not bad people, they just come in and they're on vacation and they live larger than usually residents do. And in a little townhouse community, 1 or 2, they come in and they respect the culture of that little community differently than when all of a sudden there's 5 or 6 of STRs in that little townhouse community. And now all of a sudden the environment is different. And I value being in Frisco because this is my neighborhood. And that's what I believe, and having lived next door to STRs filled with wonderful people, but lots of them. It's important for us to maintain the priority, and the priority in balance is those who have chosen to live here full time. It doesn't mean it's at the expense of, the word imbalance is important for that comment. The cap is above the current level, so we're not taking anything away from somebody who currently has it. I really want to reiterate what a shame it is that we can't give preference to locals. I'm respectful of the court in the South that made that decision, but I wish they didn't. Again, we can always it's easier to raise the cap if time goes by and we realize that it's too low. We can raise it. Reducing it would be extremely low, because then we're taking away. Made a couple of my points. Thank you very much. Staff again. I want to reiterate also the number of people who have reached out to us outside of the residents, neighbors who are appreciative of, at least from my perspective, hopefully we pass this because of the community character that we're preserving. And the time that we have spent to this, we got to the 25% number, not randomly, but by the decision to have it be a little bit above the current number of licenses, so we aren't taking anything away. So for all of those reasons, when we get to voting time, I really appreciate the time we've put into this and support the proposal.
Thank you. I do, and I apologize, I didn't do this during public comment. I do want to acknowledge that we received a couple of emails. We did receive one from Hobart and Elaine Corning. We did receive that today. And then we also received one from the Summit Alliance of Vacation Rentals from Julie Coster. So I want to acknowledge that those were submitted and received. I don't need to be redundant. I agree with my colleagues on this dais, respectfully, not with you, Andy Held. But I just, I don't need to reiterate the business challenges, the neighborhood feeling challenges. I do feel like we've heard comments from this community where we looked at the new construction, we allowed for projects underway to be considered. We did not pursue use it or lose it yet, although as Karen mentioned in her public comment, this is a multi-pronged approach and we will continue to revisit this and have a conversation about whether it's working, both from a CAP perspective, as well as, other tactics and opportunities along the way. And we did hear the transferability. And so I do feel like we've come to a good place. This is one snapshot in time and one policy decision. And we have a whole program and staff dedicated to working on not just short-term rental, impacts to our community, positive and negative, but also on the workforce housing. And, I too don't believe that this is the answer to building more units like that. I'm not making that connection either, but as a program, all of this we need to look at holistically. And so I do support this as well. Thanks staff again for your time. Echo what Andrew said. And I will turn it over to Rick for his comments. Thank you. Online. Rick, over to you.
Yep. Hey, guys. So I'll keep it super short. Yeah. If you think this is about creating workforce housing, you haven't been listening for the last 2 years. This is about community character. And if we get some units out of it, it's a bonus. I choose to believe, since we have it as a percentage, if we can get our projects out of the ground and create affordable rental units along with some entry level purchase homes, that those short-term rental license numbers will come up, and that will then create workers that live in our town and work in our town. We'll be able to, be at our businesses to serve those folks. So with that, I'm comfortable with where we're at.
Go ahead, Andy.
When it comes to workforce housing, again, I don't think this is the discussion. I think the discussion is inclusionary zoning, and we're going to go there. And then, use it or lose it at this point, I am in support of, the economy, just to kind of go off of what, a few of you were saying out there, lodging is down right now. They were saying about 60% or so, but food sales are up 3 times, right? So people are coming here. They're coming here. There's always going to be more people here. They're all coming from Denver. They just leave, right? They go back. And so then everybody in their businesses just get crushed. So it doesn't necessarily, I don't believe that, another 100 units being filled in this town is going to really make a difference to what anybody's bottom line is going to be that way, except for yours being in property management or in real estate. There is that. I think that the people are coming anyway. And then the other thing is just with the cap, where I do feel we're really just kind of focusing and cutting out one level of real estate investment, which is the bottom level. Anybody who couldn't otherwise afford it. And so now with a cap, we're just going to get people who can afford it. And again, it'll sit empty or whatever. That's going to be that. Thank you. That's all.
All right, any other council comments? Questions for staff? Entertain a motion.
I move that we approve agenda item number 2 as previously read. Is that okay?
Yeah,
thank you.
Has been read. Thank you.
Been moved by Councilmember Aronson and seconded by Councilmember Helenko. May I have the question, please?
Certainly. Burley,
Yes.
Held.
No.
Incan,
Yes.
Malenko.
Yeah.
Scripsack, Adrian.
Yes.
Mortensen, absent, Aronson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the time and your comments and your insight, and for being good partners and cordial through this process. We really appreciate that. And Mary, to your point, we will not just pass this and move on. We will be looking at this and understanding the impacts as we go forward. So appreciate your time, everyone.
Feel free to stay for the additional agenda items.
Winter burial. Yeah. Good times, kids. Yeah.
But you can leave if you want.
Yes, please do not feel obligated. We will move on to agenda item number 3. This is the first reading of ordinance 22-11, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, the Town of Frisco, Colorado, by amending chapter 13 concerning cemetery management at sections 13-6 concerning records and the issuance of permits, 13-9 concerning rules and regulations, 13-10. Is that right? 13.
I'm sorry.
13-10, I believe, concerning ownership and management, and 13-21 concerning winter burial. We'll now open the public hearing and turn it over to staff.
I will go ahead and get this thing started for you. This is coming before you as a result of 2 different requests. We would like to change the language in the code to switch the references from the town clerk to the cemetery superintendent as a way of streamlining our processes internally when we are selling plots and when we are receiving burial permits, et cetera. It's just happening more in his office than it is in mine. So my office would continue to issue the deeds, but his office would handle the rest of the operations as they are essentially doing at this time. The second request is concerning winter burials, and I think I will let Jeff speak to that one.
Good evening, council. Winter burials in our cemetery are extremely difficult and extremely dangerous. And I understand that, you know, you don't control when a loved one's going to die. You can't control any of that. But to give you an idea of what we have to go through to perform a burial, even if it's just cremains and it's a small hole, the way the cemetery is laid out is the plots are 5 foot by 10 foot. And they're sometimes in blocks of 3 wide, 2 wide. There are no really single 10-foot rows except along the fence line bordering feral gas. That being said, to go out and find the proper plot in the winter when there's 2 feet of snow on the ground, the first thing you have to do is find the 4 corners of the block. Okay, shovel a line to the ground between those 4 corners, then find the middle line between the 2 plots and shovel that line. And then you get your measurements. So on a typical block, it's 2 rows of plots, and it could be anywhere from 10 plots to 15 plots deep. So one line is 20 feet long. The next line could be 45 feet long. And then you've got another 20-foot line and another 45-foot line, and then a 45-foot line in the middle. This is some of the bigger blocks. Then you get your string line out and you start measuring 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet to find the corner of the block you're looking, or the plot you're looking for, and then another 5 feet to find that corner, then go to your middle line. I think you get the idea of where I'm coming from. And then when you do find the plot, you have to clear it all out, and you have to clear all the plots next to it. And sometimes that has to be done with equipment because sometimes there's 3 or 4 feet of snow out there. Often there's 3 or 4 feet of snow out there. Get the plot cleared off, make sure that you measure again, make sure you got the right plot because you don't want to make a mistake. And then you have to thaw the ground to dig. That is a very time consuming and expensive process if we can even get a ground thawer. That ground thawing, depending on frost, can take anywhere from 3 to 5 days for that process to happen. And then we have to dig the hole. And once you defrost ground in the middle of winter, it makes it very unstable. And my crew has been instructed to never go in the hole all work happens above. We do not get in excavations because we do not have the proper safety equipment to do that. So I know you all know that I take cemeteries very close to my heart, and they're a very special place to me because I've operated them for several years and I've had several bad experiences in cemeteries that I didn't create, but I had to clean up. And I don't want to create a problem for a family. I don't want to create a problem for my predecessor. I don't want to create a problem for myself. It's my understanding that we are under no legal obligation to allow burials in the winter. It has always been my, my
Effort to accommodate.
no authority to say, yes, we want to do it or not. And I would like to continue that, but there comes a point where I have to be able to say no. And I have the backing of rule and ordinance to do that. And right now, I don't necessarily have that. We will always bend over backwards to get a service done, always. But sometimes it's just not feasible. We did one this last winter for that young gentleman that died down in Silverthorne. And the only reason that I was able to do it is because there was one plot left on a row of just single plots right by the gate to the cemetery. So it was very easy to get in there, find it, find the other headstones to make sure we're not disturbing anybody else. And then the family is a construction firm. They had a ground floor, so they brought it in and set it all up themselves. So that was an effort that was made because they made an effort themselves. So it really, I don't like having to go down this road, but at some point we have to be able to definitively say, I'm sorry, we cannot do that service at this time.
Thank you for your consideration.
Yep. So questions of staff?
I'm just so ignorant about this topic, so let's say you say no, and then what happens?
Well,
Family's already bought the plot, right? So what happens?
would have to wait until we could make arrangements to get it done.
Okay, and that's something that can be done.
That
right?
is an option, and that did in fact occur once this
Okay.
winter.
Okay,
Some funeral homes will offer storage services for a
Okay.
period.
okay. Thank you.
So when you're doing the ground thawing equipment and stuff, like, do you have to have somebody there, like monitoring that or?
Visit it a couple of times a day to refuel it, make sure it's still running and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess, I know in the Frisco Cemetery, you can actually like pre-pick and pay for your burial plot. So if somebody picks their plot way up in that right-hand corner as you're facing feral gas, that's probably one of the hardest places to get to, maybe.
There's several very difficult places to get there, even in the dead of summer. Getting equipment and getting things in to dig the grave. You have to remember this cemetery was plotted when they dug by hand because there was no equipment. So they're very small and the rows between the blocks are very small, and unfortunately, and it breaks my heart, unfortunately, we're driving equipment on people's graves to dig other graves, and there's no way around it. And it's sad, but what are you gonna do?
Jeff, two questions, I think, maybe more. Who's what was the term, cemetery manager?
Superintendent is Jeff.
Public Works Director?
So that the new role,
It's always been my role. It's always been the Public Works Director's role.
okay, but we're just so somewhere in here, should it say? I got it.
The language changes from town clerk to cemetery. Yeah. Yes.
Superintendent is the public works director or his.
Designate.
That's a bigger issue. Because from what I'm hearing you say, you want to accommodate people as best you can, but you need the power to say no.
Right.
What we're being asked to pass is a mandatory no, and you can't say yes. So if it's November 2nd and the grass is green and the snow hasn't fallen and somebody says, can you bury my grandfather? You have to say no. Because that's the law.
Yeah.
Is the preference to give you some kind of discretion to say, like, I don't like that. You know, the time horizon is so broad that there are times that you'll be able to dig.
Right, and I don't like that either, Councilmember Aronson, but when you say no, and the reasons are right to say no, it's not accepted.
I understand.
And then, you know, so then, I mean, I guess we have to strike that balance of where,
Also,
There is no right answer. But which way would we rather go is make you the bad guy by calling safety.
I'm the bad guy either way if I
Bad guy
say
either
no.
way, but one way we can get somebody in the ground on November 2nd and the other way we can't.
to the point, this aligns with our excavation dates as well, for what it's worth.
That's my problem with this,
Yeah.
is I totally support everything you're trying to do. It's the inflexibility on the margins of the seasons. Or if we have a warm, you know, you got a warm spell in January or whatever. I just,
Right, but
that
then don't
that
you have,
absolutism
like,
is hard.
One family.
Family saying, well, you just buried this other person last week and then he's the one that's taken all the heat for it, right? It's easier for you if you just say,
No.
this is the law. And I
Right,
did
and that's kind of the direction we were going, and believe me, I don't like this direction. I don't like it because it's not fair in my mind to the folks that have bought plots and were expecting to bury their loved ones or themselves in our beautiful cemetery.
How many plots are we actually talking about that are remaining?
Oh, geez.
So as far as ones that are still available for purchase, we're down to about 50.
But how many that are?
But still open,
Yeah, unfilled.
Over
At least 200.
there's a lot of plots out there,
200.
at least 200 that are not filled.
Cemeteries never fill up. They never fill up.
Yeah.
But they're 5 foot,
10.
5 foot by 10 foot, and they're just lined up all the way through there.
Oh my goodness, wow.
So I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to see a cemetery map
And are
that we
really
have.
talking about that many?
Then the
but-
ability to purchase.
Yes.
That number is, we're coming to very quickly.
What would be the possibility of going back to that flexibility with guidelines? So, you know, somewhere along the lines of the sheet of paper, you can wave that says, I mean, honestly, usually it has to do with frost line. If the frost line is below 8 inches.
Councilmember Harrison, I think that the issue then would go to the same thing you just said, where one family would say, well, you just did it. What could have possibly have changed in a week? And then you end up with having that same argument. Yeah, believe me, I've tried to figure out ways to do this and there just isn't.
It's such a tough position to be in, Jeff. Yeah.
Job, that's what y'all pay me for, but
Yeah, but you're not one so aptly ready to say no.
not
Many
ready. I don't want to ever have to say no, but
Yeah, this is a tough one.
you have to. There at times you have to just be able to say, no, the line is drawn here. We can't do it until here. I'm sorry. And I've said that to some folks before, and some of them, you know, got really upset, and some of them were like, okay, well, we understand. And usually it's cremains, people that are cremated. Those family members are like, okay, no problem. It can wait until spring. But it's the full caskets that are really the problem, and the full caskets that are really the hardest one to do out there.
I can't imagine trying to dig a grave in Frisco, Colorado in the winter.
Well, it's to the summers. I mean,
Right?
In the summer.
that out there. We've pulled rocks out.
Yep.
The size of the plot.
I grew up in northern Upper Peninsula, Michigan, and like, I just remember an instance where, I mean, they don't even consider it, like, it's just, no. So I don't know. I think as a public works director, you could have this ability. You ran for.
I talked to Thad about it. I've talked to Deborah about it, trying to find that balance of my hour, so to speak. And I think there has to be a specific cutoff date. Now, if we change those dates and in this ordinance and maybe not necessarily go with the excavation moratorium dates, because those are more suited for working in the streets and things like that. If we maybe extend that to November 15th instead of October 31st, and then go, well, you can't go earlier in the spring because the ground is still just as frozen as it ever was. The fall, there's more room to move that in the fall than there is in the spring.
May 15th, really?
Yeah,
I would tell you too.
it's still kind of early, but
By the day the lake melts.
yeah.
I would tell you too that I think it's worse customer service from us to have the conversation about whether we can or we can't. We've both dealt with this with multiple customers where it's just like we have to explain what the challenges are in accommodating their requests. It's not a good experience for them, for what it's worth.
Yeah, when you're in mourning and being told no without the backing of law, if you will, I mean, you've got to understand where people are at that point in time in their lives and their mourning, and it's rough. It's rough.
They need us to make the decision to make it easy for them to be able to say no.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say is I need to push this decision onto council in order for me to make it easier to make that decision when the time comes.
I'm in favor personally to make your job easier.
Well, let's take some public comment on the matter. Anyone? David, you don't have comments on this one? Come on. Come on, they left you in the cold over here. What are your thoughts, David? Come on up.
Is very similar to Councilman Aronson, which is flexibility. You've already had to say no.
Yes.
So you're already equipped to say no. And if you can say yes, as opposed to, I'm sorry, it's 12:01. If you'd come here at 11:59, I could have said yes, but now it's 12:01, I can't. But I also appreciate, no, I'm going to say you're a leader. You have to be able to say no. You have to take those tough conversations. So I would favor giving you flexibility over the absolute, and then just ensure everybody backs up your no. Because if they escalate, and they likely will, because those who care are distraught, everybody has to back him up. That'd be my take. So I'll relinquish the remainder of my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I actually respect that comment. But one thing I would add to that is it's not about me saying no. It's about the position saying no. And the future folks that are going to do this job one day when I'm long gone, there's going to be other people that have to do this. And they're going to be right back in this same position if there's not this definitive. And I appreciate that very much, but I think, and I don't like taking that power away from myself and that ability to make that decision. As a leader, I should be able to do that, but it's not just about me. It's about future folks that sit in this position.
And you know, the funeral directors are gonna hear about the ordinance if it changes, and they're gonna enforce it.
We will notify them. The ones that we work with, should this pass and go through after second reading and after it comes into effect, we will send out a notice to all of the funeral services that we've worked with in the past, and we'll try to blast it out to everybody we can so that they know, so that when somebody comes to them, and I realize there's religious reasons why some people aren't cremated. I get that. That's fine. But then funeral operators can say, hey, well, maybe you can remains and wait until spring if you really want to do that. So,
Or embalmed and wait, which is what we did have once this summer.
we've done that. We've done that too. So, because some families don't want to come up here and have a service in February because it's miserable.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
I'm just wishing there was some level of carve out, some level of this is the law, but exceptions may be granted through a process, or I just picture the people who at the time of year that there is no logic, there are the grievers, and we're wrestling on the same topic.
Sure.
I'm agreeing with the reality. I just have a problem with the inflexibility at this time of grieving. So I don't know if you guys wrestled with the language when you made this or kind of just went hardcore.
We didn't wrestle. May I make a suggestion? Currently reads the town of Frisco shall accommodate winter burials to the extent possible, and then it goes on and it changes to say they're outright prohibited November 1 to May 15th. What about a hybrid? The town of Frisco shall accommodate winter burials to the extent reasonably possible. Semicolon, provided, however, that the town has determined that between November 1 and May 15th of the next subsequent year, burials are generally not reasonably possible in the absence of extraordinarily warm weather conditions as determined by the cemetery superintendent. At least that way you've got it, we'll do it, but we've already determined that it generally is not reasonably possible during these times and is only going to be allowed in the event of extraordinarily warm conditions. Not you brought your own heater, right?
Yeah.
Not it's a really small urn. I'm just picturing the final carbon footprint apparently. There's a way that get attributed them by warming them.
No, but
Warming
they
up
might
frozen
just say
ground.
yes, instead of they expect a yes. And
Something like that, Thad, would probably be a reasonable.
How about I bring something back for council's consideration at
It's not
second
going to
reading?
fully eliminate the hard conversation, but it's going to minimize it.
Yeah, more strongly discourages folks to do it.
That change, I'm good with it. That's fine. That's fine. You know, if everybody's good with that.
Yeah, thank you. I think that might, something to that effect that still gets a lot of teeth into the decision that the cemetery superintendent would make. And that is actually backed up by more than just the town manager at that time or the town council at that time. Because we're all gonna be somewhere else someday, so.
them a no until you give them a yes.
Until-
Instead
yeah.
of it's a
Yes,
yes. until you
yes.
Give them a no.
Yeah, to the extent possible. Yes, to the extent possible.
Yes.
You captured it, Lisa.
I think that
Want to weigh in here?
Wake up, Rick.
Right. I'm good to, I like, yeah, give Thad a whack at it. Let's see what he comes back with.
Okay. So the motion would be with the proposed amended.
Direction to, I would recommend just adopting a first reading with direction to the
To make
town
the
attorney to
changes.
bring back changes to the winter burial prohibition as.
Okay, so
discussed.
not an amendment, just this direction to make the
Yeah, I
changes.
think
Okay.
otherwise we're Working on.
We're gonna wordsmith it. No, I don't wordsmith. I don't lead meetings at wordsmith. I don't find it valuable. It's not happening. No,
Words are important.
they are, but not as a group exercise. No. Okay, all right, said my piece on that. So I would entertain a motion. Go ahead.
I move that we approve agenda item 3 as previously presented. With changes made to reflect the earlier conversation regarding the presumption that no winter burials will be made, but offering an exemption at the discretion of the public works director or the cemetery manager.
Superintendent.
Cemetery superintendent for second reading.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Aronson and seconded by Councilmember Held. May I have the question, please?
Certainly. Held.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Halenko.
Yes.
Scripset. Adrian.
Yes.
Martinson, absent. Aronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for working through this with me, council. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, are we all good to power through these last two? Well, actually, maybe this next one, and then we'll take a quick break before density bonus. that good? What? What did I say?
Getting ready for a break.
Okay.
This will be, I'm good.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to move on to agenda item number 4. This is the contract for purchase of property known as 602 Galena. I will now open the public hearing and turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor or Mayor Pro Tem, virtual and council in chambers. This is actually a fairly momentous step on a long road to get to this point, but it's also just the very start of another really long process. But the result will be we'll have a great workforce housing project at the location where we currently have an underutilized building in downtown Frisco. So as you know, the town has been working with the state of Colorado, the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment on purchase of this building. It's at 602 Galena. It's just under 3/4 of an acre. And with the zoning that we have on there, we have certainly potential to create quite a number of units out there. The state also has a desire to include some future workforce center offices on this site. So the contract represents that and acknowledges that as well. And also provides consideration for reduced future lease rates, which is why the purchase price, rather than the appraised value of $3 million, is $2.5 million, because there is some consideration with that. So look, we saved $500,000 in future revenues. Additionally, the town did enter into an IGA with Summit County about a month ago, where the Summit County is going to be covering 1.5 million, half of the appraised value of this purchase as their contribution to workforce housing in Frisco. So with that, I think it's again, a long time coming, but certainly very excited to move this forward. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Great, questions for staff? Seeing none, I will open up public comment. Seeing no, is there anybody online, Deborah, before I move on?
Seeing anybody raising their hands?
Okay, no one online either, so I will close public comment and return to council discussion and perhaps a motion. Awesome, yeah.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve the contract for purchase of the property known as 602 Galena.
It's been moved by Councilmember Held and seconded by Councilmember Helenko. May I have the question, please?
Incan,
Yes.
Helenko,
Yes.
Scripsack, Adrian,
Yes.
Mortensen, absent, Aronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, all right, let's,
guys.
yes, thank you, guys. Let's take 5 and come back and talk density bonus.
Just start playing a show.
I don't even know how it does what it's doing right now.
Just learning.
Which game do we want to watch?
Pretty wild.
It's hard to explain it. I literally just sent a message going, the left facing Dias TV is doing its own thing again. I don't know what you call it. It's the only one that's ever done that.
Is that part number 4? Is that part number 4? All right.
Well done.
I'm gonna try to.
Name on them, but if you can, that would be great.
Go, Jesse, go. Sign.
Thank you.
No problem. And right, and okay.
And then the real estate contracts, I'm gonna get Rick to do since he's pro temp.
Yeah, that was definitely.
My official last day with is the 21st. We'll see of October. We'll see how they feel.
So I want to know what.
Okay.
Repeat myself.
My life's gonna be beautiful.
Oh, I know, now you can show up.
That's
what I'm doing.
Love you, Liz.
I was hoping that they'd be able to.
It's your name. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Thank you for speaking up. For STR.
It is on the APC.
I was just worried.
We'd have to look at my
That's okay.
stuff to tell you, but
I'll think.
let me find it.
And I'm not, and I think for a while we were expecting things to get back to normal, but like, I don't think that it will.
They haven't said no yet. We should keep asking for more money. Oh, that's where they're gonna say no. Shoot. That's the line. All right.
So yeah, it is the first item on the 11th,
Okay, good.
3:30. 3:30, which is early for these guys. That's what I have written.
Okay, good. Yes.
And then it assumes that it would be agreed upon and it would be on consent.
Yeah, right.
Right now, actually.
Yeah. Last time you heard a reference to the bundle of sticks.
At the last meeting from. The lady. I guess we all do it.
It's like, I got newsflash for you. You bought a single family residential zone property. And the town wanted to years ago, they could have come in and told you that this residential use is not single family usage. You never had this, right?
There's a reason you built your house 30 feet from the curb line and 7 feet from the side.
Yeah.
Those are reductions of your. Reductions of your property.
What's that in your bundle of sticks? It's in the zoning code.
Now your choice to do that has an impact on your property value, the same way a deed restriction does, and that's your choice.
I was thinking it was gonna be 9 o'clock. It's gonna be.
Try it. All right, we're all back. So we're going to continue with agenda item number 5. This is the discussion on density bonus incentive. I will open the public hearing and turn it over to staff for your report.
Great, thank you very much. So since you've been sitting here for 5 hours, I do have a total of 100 PowerPoint slides that we need to get through.
Cannot wait. Are we going to work?
Okay, I don't have a PowerPoint for you, but you heard this back on July 12th when I presented an overview of the density bonus incentive tool and also some possible additions to that incentive. We did receive support from council at that work session. So we took that proposal to Planning Commission to get their feedback. We were there on August 18th. And so the purpose of our discussion today is just to present to you Planning Commission's recommendation, discuss their proposal, how they would like to see the code revised, and then get direction from council on how to move forward with potentially drafting an ordinance. So I do have the code language here that I'd like to put up on the screen. And let's see, there we go. Okay. So I just have this Word document of the code language copied and pasted here. The density bonus incentive is found in Town Code section 180.551. So what you see here, the existing code language is in black. Anything proposed will be in red that you'll see scrolling down. Anything that we're proposing to delete is struck out and any additions are underlined, just as we're going through this. So section A has to do with accessory dwelling units. We're skipping over that. That is not part of the density bonus discussion. So starting here at letter B, density bonuses, the density bonus incentive is only applicable currently to the central core, gateway, and mixed-use zone districts. And it provides 2 options for development to exceed the maximum allowable density. Option A, which is, I'll try and highlight it here for you, is an on-site option. It requires that if you're going to exceed the maximum allowable density, then you must provide must deed restrict 50% of the bonus units at 100% AMI. And that also includes a 3% appreciation cap, which is in our standard deed restriction covenant. Option B is then an off-site option to exceed the maximum allowable density. For every 1 on-site bonus unit that you create, you must provide 2 off-site deed restricted units somewhere within a mile of the town of Frisco. So on July 12th, when we came to town council, we did not propose any revisions to those 2 options. Council did direct us to explore expanding that 1 mile radius for option B. So we'll talk about that here in just a moment. When we went to Planning Commission, we did present these 2 additional options here, C and D. And they look a little bit different here on your screen because the code language that you're seeing here is what Planning Commission has recommended. It's not what we proposed. What we proposed for letter C was that 100% of the bonus units be deed restricted with the Housing Helps Covenant, which has no AMI limitation and no appreciation cap. And then for D, that would allow a development to exceed the maximum allowable density by and combine that with LIHTC. And then for that code provision, it would require 50% of the total number of bonus units to be deed restricted with the LIHTC deed restriction. So when we went to Planning Commission, they took a look at this 1 mile radius around town of Frisco for the offsite option B. And they had some really great discussion around that. And what they came to was that they don't want to see the community benefit of affordable housing allowed to be located outside of our community. Meanwhile, we're still having to deal with increased density inside our community. So they said, let's leave it the way it is. Their recommendation was to leave options A and B as they are currently written in the code. Moving on to option C, they debated what we proposed using the Housing Helps Covenant, and their conclusion was that they don't find that the Housing Helps Covenant is applicable or appropriate in this particular situation. They do find that Housing Helps is a great program that is applicable for existing homes because it preserves workforce housing units that are traditionally used as workforce housing, right? But they don't feel it's appropriate for above and beyond density. So instead, they recommended that 100% of the total number of bonus units would be deed restricted at an average of 160% AMI and also have a 3% appreciation cap. So that one got changed a little bit there. It would have the occupancy requirement that the Housing Helps Covenant has, but it would also have an AMI limitation and and an appreciation cap. Moving on to option D, that would allow development to combine LI type of density bonus. They were overall in support of that as it was written. All we did was delete, oh geez, and then I didn't even delete it from this. All right, so those words are deleted is according to the Planning Commission recommendation, because LIHTC doesn't apply to for sale product. It applies to rentals. So we can just go ahead and take those two words out of that code language. And moving along, so the density bonus requirements and the criteria for approval, there are no proposed changes to either of those two sections. The Planning Commission was on board with that. The only other changes recommended are to the general definitions section. So first would be the affordable housing definition. This is kind of nitpicky, but we're just adding the word deed here so that we're being specific about how it's restricted. And then the Planning Commission recommended that we go ahead and just delete this last sentence because we had proposed to change the word shall to may. So occupancy standards may include requirements for primary residency and local employment. We did that so that to facilitate the addition of option C, occupancy requirements, no, sorry, the addition of option D, where we can't make that occupancy requirement for a LIHTC project. So they said, no, may is not good enough because then it could carry over and be applied to options A and B. And we agreed with that. Their recommendation was just delete that last sentence instead of changing the word shall to may. And then we had proposed to add a definition for workforce housing, which would facilitate the addition of option C. A dwelling unit that is deed restricted in perpetuity to occupancy by individuals meeting the employment and occupancy standards as established from time to time by the town. Occupancy standards shall include requirements for primary residency and local employment. And that would have been to facilitate option C for the Housing Helps Covenant if that was utilized. If that is not going to be utilized, then this definition is not necessary. That's the entirety of the Planning Commission's recommendation. They did recommend to move forward with drafting an ordinance and move forward with the code revision. They also expressed an interest in exploring other zone districts that this density bonus incentive could be applied to. They wanted to go ahead and expand it. We also talked about parking. Councilmember Burley brought that up at our last discussion that we should explore potential parking reductions. We did take a look at that, and we at this time feel that we need to have further conversations with Public Works about the potential of parking in the right of way because the parking requirements are so low already. I think that if we were to implement some sort of public transit solution, we could make further parking reductions. But without that solution, I don't know that the parking reductions would accomplish the goal that we're looking to accomplish. That was pretty much it. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Questions for staff?
Yeah.
I have a parking question. So what further conversations do we need to have with Public Works? Because we basically let people park in the right of way anyway, and we don't enforce it, so.
Well, except in the winter. So there's a couple things. It certainly is enforced in the winter time. I think we had a start on this discussion maybe in the spring of 2021 and then maybe again earlier this year or in maybe March of 2022. So it comes up every now and then. Our most recent discussion on this, there was a lot of questions on, can we create maybe a permit system for the local residency or whatever else? There was concerns expressed by Public Works regarding snow plowing, moving, especially obviously in the winter time. And that's when the cars parked in the right of way is the biggest issue. Because this would be a code change to specifically allow the required parking for the units to be in the street rather than on the property. This is something that we would have to address sooner than later in our code to allow overnight parking in town rights of way.
I believe that's similar to like how the Frisco Lodge, right? They're allowed to have overnight parking out on this.
Yeah, I think that predates going back decades. That I don't even know that there's a license agreement with that. Snowshoe might have a similar situation as well.
You know, the Frisco Lodge takes a lot of liberties with that parking. They try to block it off. They try to make it so people can't, I don't know. So then that might create some sort of weird ownership ideas of. There's the other day. I wish there was a way we could create like, just like, I don't know, like, this doesn't come with parking. I don't know, like, you know, like just change the culture and just be like, there's no parking on site. You can park at the transfer center and, you know, I don't know. I just wish we could kind of start creating that culture where, you know, we're just like, oh, Frisco, you know, doesn't, you know, not every place has parking, and start changing the whole mindset around visiting here. You know, I was in a micro transit meeting recently with Don, and like, you know, there was a lot of really good ideas, but people are so vehicle dependent, you know, it's just interesting because maybe a lot of, you know, like the Pegasus and the Mustang and all those things could be way more popular. Maybe they are popular, I don't know, but just like shifting that mindset, you know, when you go places like, I mean, like I grew up on but right near Mackinac Island. Like I worked there every summer, and it was like, there's no cars there unless it's like an ambulance or a fire truck. And you go there, not that I want to turn that into this, but when you go there, you know that you're either going to call a taxi, a horse-drawn taxi, you're going to ride a bike, or you're going to walk. And I don't know, I'm tired, so I'm rambling.
No, that's,
100%, and especially related to workforce housing, where you can design the neighborhood, you know, if you're in lower density or you're in, you know, this kind of goes back to the STR by zones, right? But like, yeah, you're in STR. I know you maybe weren't that when you built this, but you have to have parking on site or whatever, or here's, you know, whatever your parking. I would rather have maximums than minimums, but I too am tired, so now I just lost my train of thought. But I guess my point is just that for workforce housing, where we're trying to get density, we're trying to get people in the downtown core, we're targeting people who work here. I mean, what better opportunity to look at changing the culture around parking than with workforce housing? And
especially if it's like on even a Summit Stage is, you know, like if they can get to the Summit Stage or somewhere in the core easily.
personally, if I can, I fully agree, but in order to create that paradigm, we need to fill it in with full transportation plan and options and whatnot. Summit Stage is not an option. It's not a viable option to really get around unless you're going skiing, you're going one stop up to Copper. That's like how I take the stage, you know, like I don't take the stage to Breck or Silverthorne or anything, you know, I mean, it just doesn't, I won't do it. It takes hours, you know, so it's kind of like Peak One where we built this, you know, this community to with the vision of the future where people have less cars, there's not as many places to park and everything. Everybody has more cars. Everybody's got kids. The kids are now driving, and whatnot. And there's no less cars in peak one than when it started, right? And take it from someone who attempted to try a business in micro transit to say that nobody wants a ride because they all drive. Everybody drives unless they walk on purpose or they ride their bike like with intent.
Yes.
Until we have the Frisco Flyers or whatever, the VIA and all that kind of stuff, to just build stuff without giving people an option is a tough one from an architect standpoint. I've talked to quite a few architects about this actually. And they're like, I would never, make a unit without a parking, without parking space.
That are like, we can't meet the code because we need to maximize our building space and parking is like ruining our project. I mean,
That's then
period,
the
like.
other side of the stick, right? So, at the very least, maybe we do workforce housing units, 2 bedrooms with 1 parking space. And then too bad, you go park wherever you can go park. It's not, we don't have to necessarily take on that responsibility of saying, well, you can park in the right of way, or you can't park in the right of way, or your deal. You want to get this unit? It's got 1 space, you got 2 cars, deal with it. We could do that. I don't think it's going to fix anything for making people drive less. Because
Maybe not, but I think being able to build more rentable, like LIHTC or smaller, see even the Edge at Copper, like how many people that live in the Edge drive cars? How many? I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Most of them, they all park in Wheeler there, but they're allowed to.
But I'm just I have a bunch of employees
Yeah.
right now that none of them own cars.
Yeah.
They either,
They would love to have a unit.
yes,
Be
they
able
would,
to
and they,
be.
It would be more affordable if that developer didn't have to add the parking.
That's true. That is true.
But it's also just you're not forcing people into it.
yeah,
If it doesn't come with parking, it
If you
doesn't
want to
come with
wait for a
parking.
unit that
It's
allows
what
pets, you wait. Or if you want to wait for a unit that has, you can park your car, I don't know, but.
Yeah. Bottom line, actually, it's more like we take that stance and we say, too bad. It's not that we're doing anything to change people's habits,
Right.
right? It's more that we're just offering, we're
to
just
change your
offering something with a different option. And
I bet more people would want to live there if they could have a pet than if they could have a car.
Yep.
I'm just throwing that out. I'm just being funny right now, but honestly,
It's true.
I don't know.
We're not cutting edge. I mean, the whole state of California just passed parking, like a total statewide parking reform.
oh yeah,
Like, this is not new.
It's not to say that I don't think transit is an important thing as well. I do feel like that is something we need to put on the top of our list. I totally agree.
Budget, isn't it, Leslie?
Yeah.
Mobility master plan.
so,
Yeah.
so with
I'm not
that,
saying it's this or that. I'm just saying this.
right. So are we actually, toying with the idea of going further beyond whatever the planning commission has posed to us and saying we're gonna go for the parking,
Now
density?
is our opportunity to provide
Right.
direction. So far, it's kind of been my voice in this space, so I'm thankful, but there's others here. Andy's waiting in the wings because he has an opinion on this too. I know.
No,
Let's hear it.
you know what's striking me more than anything is sitting in the meetings for the Granite Park project. And saying that, no, these workers have to have washers and dryers in their units. And now we're saying, but we're not gonna give them parking. Like, there's what's the reality of, I just, the unwillingness to mandate to a workforce unit in one hand, but not the other. Something is.
Your laundry to the laundromat if you don't have a car.
But that, it's just an interesting, that's why I was listening. It's like, this is an interesting dynamic of, it's kind of a those people conversation. We're, well,
There's a lot of people that don't want a car,
there are, but
and
then if they want one,
you know that
I've never, I've never seen a low parking, we're not changing the world, And we can't, I can't expect people to act differently just because we have a 10-unit facility that doesn't have any parking. It's gonna cause parking problems. So I'm not, until we're, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's, yes.
That we can't handle.
You know, I just, half the battle we have is the equity conversation of people without cars can't do this, that, or the other. And now we're hamstringing folks into units where they're not allowed to have cars.
Or they can choose a different unit. It's not like we're forcing anybody anywhere. You know, I don't know.
But that's in the world of how do I feel, but in this conversation, what's been presented. Talk about is the 3% cap, because I hear a lot of conversation about it. Those who have been subject to it for years are now facing the reality of it. And here we are trying to, maybe it's similar terminology of a different topic, but we're trying to perpetuate something that I don't think works well for the community. So why are we making more of it when we have a moment in time that we can say, you know, appreciation cap establishes the value, not appreciation cap, AMI connection creates the value, not an appreciation cap, which creates this artificial scenario with unintended consequences that we're now experiencing. So I've got that as much on the table as anybody else wants parking. You use the term in here, standard appreciation cap. I'm not sure why, as opposed to, do we have somewhere else in the code that we define the standard appreciation cap, or are we? What is that?
That's our standard covenant.
What's that
Is
mean?
it the new amendment we did when Nancy was here? So that has become our standard. So I just pulled mine out because I wanted to reference it. And it reads, and actually I just got rid of it.
You're reading a deed restriction.
The covenant. It's right. That, am I using the right term?
Yes.
And so you basically have a maximum resale price based on your AMI level, but it's the addition of, I'm sorry, I just got rid of it.
The greater of, right, 3% or the increase in.
Yeah, but it's a combination of your purchase price, 3% a year, up to the cap, which is really tied to the AMI level. So really the 3%.
Is it the
3% doesn't really matter. It's just the AMI.
It's the
Yeah.
lower. It's the lower. So, right.
No, the new amendment is not the lower of, it's a combination up to a maximum resale price. So, sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay.
Our original covenants, here, this gets personal, sorry. The original covenants were like the lesser of the two, which was way off. That was causing a lot of problems, especially for people whose AMI were in that, when the AMI reduced. That, I'm sorry, where would it would be
Maximum resale, probably Article 8.
Section 8.2.
8.2, thank you. See, you guys have it memorized. Well, if you have it, you guys want to describe it?
How we calculate the resale value.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Go
So we base it on the initial purchase price. So the initial purchase price is based on a specific AMI. And let's say in 2013, 80% AMI was sold at $100,000. I know that number's not right. I'm just throwing it out there. So then, yeah, we all wish it was, right? We all wish it was.
I know that number. Go ahead.
Okay. So we start with that initial purchase price. We add the 3% appreciation. It's calculated in whole months owned. So you have to say, okay, they've owned it for 90 months. They get 3% for each of those 90 months.
Compounded or straight?
It's not compounded. Yeah. So then you add your qualifying capital improvements on top of that. And then none of that can exceed whatever the maximum resale price is listed on the AMI chart for that specific AMI for this year, whatever year they're selling. Yeah. So you have this cap that's determined by the AMI chart, But then you also have that 3% appreciation cap. A lot of people don't even make it to that maximum resale price because of the 3% cap. It limits them. So yeah, does that answer your question? And then on top of that, you can add your real estate commission of
2%.
you can add 2% if the housing authority is selling your house. If you're listing your home with a private realtor, then you can negotiate, yeah.
Yeah. And I.
Yes.
subscribe to if a house, if you bought it for 100,000 and 20 years later you want to sell it, and that 80% AMI at the time of resale, it is what it is. That's the goal that we've established, is we want this property to be an 80% AMI price point. Then why are we limiting the appreciation with a 3% cap?
No, I mean, we're seeing, like, right now, somebody who bought 150% AMI 8 years ago cannot buy. They have not accumulated enough equity in their home to buy the same AMI level at the current purchase prices today. Yeah, so
If they should be.
I agree. So what I'm saying is I agree with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we can revert back to parking if you want, but
I've said my
I did
piece on
hijack it.
parking.
Has there been outreach that Andy and his crew, the committee, met with a number of developers? Have they been contacted to look at this to see if it creates a solution to what they presented as the problem?
Yeah, we have spoken with a few different developers over the course of the summer since we've started discussing this potential solution. One developer was totally on board with this proposed option that the Planning Commission has presented or recommended. Another developer said no, that they would take more of a loss doing that option than they would the existing option of deed restricting half of the bonus units at 100% AMI. So I really think it's a case by case basis, depending on the cost of construction at the time, the amount you can sell the home for at that time, whatever the market's doing. It's really, we're in this fluctuating market right now.
I guess the ultimate question is, we're even having this conversation because the current system doesn't work. I don't want to put this system into place and find out that it doesn't work either.
Right. Yeah.
So.
And that's.
I don't know how you get to that point, but it seems like a big waste of effort if we end up there.
I know, I agree with you, and we've all made a lot of effort on this front, so I don't want it to go wasted. That's why we did that financial analysis, feasibility analysis that I put in the staff report, just to give some sort of insight as to what we're seeing right now. We base that on cost of construction is $500 per square foot is what we're seeing right now. And we are seeing that units are selling for at least $815 per square foot. So the cost of construction was hard costs only. That doesn't include soft costs. So there's kind of that little bit of gray area there in my calculation that I did point out in the staff report. And so I do think it would work on certain projects. I don't think it's going to be a fit for every project.
Could we ask the Planning Commission about the 3% cap and how we're, get some input from that?
I guess what I would say there, and maybe this is, that's not necessarily the Planning Commission's wheelhouse and area of expertise. I'd rather get some information and feedback from the Summit Combined Housing Authority and some other folks. So I think there's 3 years ago that the new covenant came out of a task force and a number of jurisdictions working together to see and identify potential changes and challenges with the current deed restriction. I would recommend going that route rather than the Planning Commission.
I was just gonna bring that up. I think that's a great idea. Getting some more info from those guys, because they see countywide.
So you guys, I'm gonna let you guys figure out parking and I'm gonna listen. But Danelle, can you scroll back up to C? I'm looking at what was in our packet and what is in front of us are different.
And when I'm looking at C specifically, right? So where did the 3% come from if it didn't come from the planning commission?
So the 3% came from the planning commission because that is what is in our current standard covenant. So that's the source of that. They didn't pull that out of thin air or anything like that.
No, I'm sure they didn't. And that's what
They did say they just wanted an appreciation. They did strongly believe there should be an appreciation cap. That was their comment.
And do they have any rationale behind that? If we are already tying it to AMI, I think the 3%, I think any appreciation cap is fraught with limiting. It's not going to it doesn't allow the people in those homes to be able to get out of them, which is the whole point of this workforce housing. And I think that by combining those two, one of them is always going to be below what, not always, but a lot of times below what the market will bear. You know, right now, AMIs are up, but that 3% is devastating people's resale values on their homes. I think, to you guys' point, I think more information on, you know, we're not the only ones with the appreciation caps. But I'd be curious to the ones I know of. Obviously, there's Wellington, right, is the greatest example. You know, there's historical information out there for us to look at. We have a very small historical pattern to look at in Frisco. I'd still like to see how many total number units we have in the town of Frisco that have an appreciation cap and what those look like. You know, we're hearing from an entire community that they can't get out of their homes because their AMIs work, the recalc works, but they're being pushed back down by that 3% over and over and over. And right, folks signed up for the homes that they're in, but they didn't necessarily understand, and I don't know if the people who made the ruling at the time did, that the depreciation cap would be as impactful as it is.
Can I respond to that okay.
Yeah.
So just to answer your question, I agree with you. And I think the point of the appreciation cap is just to continue keeping the unit affordable after that initial sale. But I do agree that in some cases it might be somewhat devastating because it's not keeping up with a market rate and people aren't able to sell and get out and buy something else, which is what we want them to be able to do. I have been taking an inventory of all of the deed restrictions on Town of Frisco properties. I'm about halfway through it, and I am seeing that there are different appreciation caps out there currently on Frisco properties. One of them is Bears Den, allows a 5% appreciation cap or up to a percentage equal to the AMI increase. It's the greater of the two is what it allows for. So there are, and then of course the Wellington covenant is not Town of Frisco, but it was written as the greater of the two as well. So I know that there are several different deed restrictions out there that we could look at to see, you know, we could model them financially and look at the numbers and see what we think might be working better than others. If that's something that council's interested in seeing, I'm happy to do that. Or if you want to leave that up to staff and come back with something to propose further for this code language. I guess I see two different discussions happening here. One is specific to the density bonus, and then one is general to the standard covenant that we are applying to deed restricted properties.
So thank you for that clarity, because yes, and for the purposes of this discussion, we should circle back to the density bonus, but I think in general, a further discussion about the AMI and you know, I guess at the end of the day, and as somebody who has a deed restricted property, I don't feel like I need to keep up with the market. I don't, but I can't buy a house today at the same AMI level as when I bought my house originally. And so if that and therein lies the problem, right? So I think there's just something a little out of whack, and the more we can analyze it, and I appreciate you getting to that, you know, looking at what is available and what's out there, it'll just inform the discussion a little bit better. But for the purposes of coming back to the density bonus, are we feeling generally comfortable with these two proposals from the planning commission?
No.
C and D? What, Rick?
No.
You're not.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, C, the original document I have in front of me, which we all do, right? C is written, which is the conversations we had with developers was sell all the units as a work live, period. We're done. And it sounded like a good idea. Now, when I reread C, not only does it have the appreciation cap, it's tied to 160 AMI. Where did that come from?
Rick, I apologize for the confusion. The attachment that's included in the council packet is the code language that staff proposed to the planning commission, not the code language that is being proposed tonight. Or the code language that's being proposed tonight is the planning commission's recommendation, and that was included in the body of the staff report. So sorry if that was confusing.
But what you have on the screen is what Rick is reading. Yes. And that
On the
is not what
screen.
you're proposing.
This is what is being proposed tonight this is the recommendation from the planning commission.
And that's his problem, is that it's 160% AMI and the standard appreciation cap.
Yes.
Yeah.
And going back to the reasoning, the planning, sorry.
Yeah.
Rick, going back to the planning commission's reasoning on that, it was, they were under the belief that the housing helps covenant, which is the occupancy deed restriction covenant, was appropriate for buy down, but not for a density bonus incentive, because that's new density and new units. That was their opinion. And so that's what we're carrying forward to you.
And the 160% came from the developers.
Right. That was the number we heard from the prime sauce folks.
Mhm.
Right. Okay.
And the planning commission pulled that number out in discussion. We didn't plant that seed. We didn't talk about that number being discussed with the developers. They threw that one out themselves and said, we've heard that this pencils, so we're going with 160.
I hear a lot of things too. Yeah. Okay, so Rick is not comfortable. Go ahead.
I'm also not comfortable, but I also find it interesting. The 160% is not a cap, it's an average.
Across the different units. Yeah, so you can blend. Yeah.
It's an interesting twist, but if it's got an appreciation cap on that, without better understanding why we want that and why that's fair to it, I just don't see it. The cap, the 160, I prefer it's not there, but.
Liz?
I'm gonna be honest, we have been here for a long time and we've all probably worked all day, and despite, I just don't know. Like, I kind of wish we had a different opportunity to do this because my brain is shrinking.
We can.
We do.
You know, like-
There's no decision being asked tonight, so.
I just, like, I'm listening and I'm participating, but it's like, I'm starting to get. Like, the agendas, that was a lot of stuff today, and I feel like this is like, I'm gonna have to just think.
If I could offer a suggestion, this was on the new business this evening because there wasn't any room on the work session. Ideally, this would be a work session conversation. What I'm hearing is the appreciation cap language shouldn't be in this particular item C, or this option C here. Looking at options A and B, there's no appreciation cap language in there either. So I think we could certainly delete that out. It's still the standard covenant, whatever else, and we can move forward with that, at least with code. And if council, or it sounds like council certainly would like our staff to pursue, or at least pursue analyzing whether there is another alternative to the appreciation cap, and then bring forward another discussion or a work session discussion about the standard deed restriction. And do we want to amend that or look at having an amendment to that moving forward? Is that
That'd be great.
a decent summary?
Just with one clarifying question, I don't think that there's folks here that are comfortable moving forward with C under the standard covenant, because the standard covenant by default includes the 3% appreciation cap. So I think that's the part that we want further discussion on. So I think, but D, nobody has a problem with D, right? D is So I can't scroll on your screen. Right, that doesn't make any,
Sure. Yeah, you're right.
right,
that
am
is-
I'm reading that right, and that it doesn't make any reference to.
So as an option, again, with this, so looking at option A, it says, basically for sale or rent to persons earning a maximum of 100% of the median area. 100% of the AMI, I'm getting tired too, at a rate established by some account combined housing authority, and time to time by the town or SCHA, paraphrasing that. If we mirrored that language in item C, instead substituting 160% and at 100%, 100% of the units and 160% AMI, would that satisfy? Because that still has the establishing from time to time.
I think I'm getting the sense that we're not prepared to make language change it, that we don't, this is not clear to us right now, and that we've given you some direction, maybe you could rework it and
Sure.
come back with a proposal and then a broader discussion around the appreciation cap. That's what I'm getting from intuiting that. Okay. Is that okay?
Is that okay, like time wise?
Well, we will not be preparing an ordinance for consideration until we bring this back to you again.
Great.
Good.
Thank you for your time and for taking this to planning commission.
And Don and Danelle, I know it's tedious and it's a ton of work and I do appreciate it very, very much. And yeah, I really like it. It's great that you guys brought it to planning. So thanks for all the work.
Okay, well,
Because it's been nothing, we don't need to do anything. No action. No action.
all right, so we'll close the public hearing on that agenda item and entertain a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
You guys.
I just get a couple of comments.